Hi, 1 FMV, please. With cream and sugar. You shall not. I'll seek Sean.
Indie Day. Indie Day. Time for some indies on Indie Day. What do you say? Lay by the bay. I just may make things out of clay.
Indie Day, y'all. What up? What up, everybody? How are you doing today? Indies on Indie Day. I know, what is that? Oh my god! That cowlick. You know what?
Yay, Indie Faye.
I got this cowlick that won't sit down, so I'm just gonna fucking wear a hat. There we go. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, Industria 2's not out yet? Oh my god, it's not even out yet. Fuck me. God damn it. I didn't even look. It's not even out yet. Fuck, I gotta replace it already. Shit. Well, it's on my wish list. Let's take it off the list. Add a new answer. Shit. I don't have the tag that separates pre-release. I usually have the tag that separates pre-release on. I didn't have it this time, so fuck. All right. No, we are not doing an FMV game this time. I do have one, but it's so bad. So bad. Oh my god. I mean, I think we played the demo. I'm pretty sure we played the demo of it.
Don't Play This has some incredible jump scares, so if you want to see some great duets from Zeke. Gigas
That head condom is too big?
Oh, that's too big.
It's not too big. Zeke, I'm new here. I heard the last week you played a game just because I'm going to chat for a bit. Please check mine too. Yeah, the vibe coded and AI and NFT prediction. That's why I don't do this. That's why I don't do that. That's why I go with my gut. Shouldn't let people nag me. I'm like, well, they're here and there might as well. That's why I don't do that. That's why I'm never doing it again. I'm never ever letting it, like, a dev's presence tell me that I should play their fucking game. I will do, if it looks good, I'll put it on the list. If it doesn't, I won't. And that's gonna be it. That's the end of it. I hate being that guy, but it's gotta be that way. It ends up playing dumb games that I don't like, and it's weird. It gets weird. All right. Where were we? Oh shit, we got quite a few to start the day. The guild list, thank you for 30.
My asshole!
Well, let's start with this, I guess.
What do mummies do when they catch you? Like, a zombie eats your brain, a vampire drinks your blood. What does a mummy do? Do they just beat you up?
I mean, that's a good question, actually. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone get caught by the stereotypical, like, Universal Studios mummy monster. I think, yeah, they mummify you. You get the curse, the mummy rot, right? They touch you, and then you start rotting, I think, is normally the thing, I suppose. They take your body parts and rebuild. That could be, yeah. And a mummy is a zombie, but mummies don't eat brains, typically, right? Yeah, the Egyptian mummy curse is the trope. Sure. Yeah. But that was a good one, though. Like, most people could just outrun the mummy, especially the Universal mummy, because the Universal mummy had a limp, because I think the actor playing it had a limp. And then it just became a thing that the typical Universal mummy would have a limp. I thought that was the story behind the mummy's, like, dragging his leg, is that the actor, like, actually hurt his leg. And so every Universal Mummy afterwards did that. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I know I've heard that before. And also, like, that's the other thing, like, I don't think I've ever seen a mummy catch anybody because they're so slow, right? Damn it, Bane's joke of the day. My father always said you need to fight fire with fire. Great father, terrible fireman. Indeed. Did you like Mouse PIZ? Yes, I did. I enjoyed it a lot. It was great. I'm going to be playing more of it next week. I liked it that much. I'll give it at least one more stream. Pretty fun little game. All right, getting back to thanking some people. Let's see, where were we? The Guild List with 33. Coder Dozer with 57. Laud Baguette with 18. Joko Dante with 55. Fantas Longhorn with 63. Stacksor with 9. Oblivious to Me with 85 months. We had a brand new sub from Diabetos 076.
Hail Berserker!
Thank you, Diabito. Probably one of the worst superheroes to call. Like, what do you think you're doing robbing this bank? Beep, beep. 1 second. I need to check my blood. All right, anyways, what were you doing robbing this bank? Kids Clue, thank you for the 100 bits. And The Lash with 300 bits as well. Thank you guys very much. Any interest in Vampire Crawlers on Tuesday? You know, not really. I'll be honest with you, Koi. It didn't grab me nearly as much as Vampire Survivors did. It was okay, but it didn't hook me. It didn't hook me. I'll have to wait and see, like, if people start really liking it or whatever. But yeah. Don't Play This has some incredible jump scares, so if you want to see some great terror Tourette's from Zeke. Oh, really? Okay. Awesome. I'm excited. Peter Cushing was the limping mummy, broke his leg. There you go. I found the Crawlers demo incredibly boring. I agree, Drop Me stuff, like, it could be considered boring. Like, I wasn't bored. I was kind of confused, honestly. Like, the power-ups didn't have, like, they didn't seem like super meaningful power-ups when I did it, but one upside is they're keeping the price down. Oh, they are? Good. Good for them. Oh, Scott, I'm not sure. That might have changed. I'm really not sure because Katie is no longer taking this Tuesday off because we forgot that Tuesday is Girly Pop Day. So as far as what day off I'm taking next week, it might still be Monday. Because she's taking off today, so I might still just take off my regular Monday then, if she's taking off today. Because the idea is that we take the day off together. And if she's taking today off and I'm not, so on and so forth. So I'll probably just do some, like, house stuff on Monday. Like, I've got a whole shed I got to go through of stuff from not just me, but the previous tenants of the place. I got to go through a bunch of shit and throw it all out. Holy shit. Cleaning shit out and giving it away or donating it before I move feels damn good. Yeah. You can throw all my shit away. I figured you haven't used it in 8 years, Scott. So, like, yeah. I figured, like, you don't need it. So, yeah, we're probably going to put it in a box, put it in some, like, boxes or garbage bags or something, and then just take it over to the donation station and see if they want any of it. Yep. Yep. What up, son of Mr. Vengeance? How you doing? Good to see you. Well, enough about what I'm doing in the future. How about we focus on what I'm doing now, in the today now. Not in the long ago, but in the now. And we've got the indie game poll up. It's at the top of your chat box there. If you guys want to vote on what's next. I added the FMV. I added Beta Cafe, which, against my better judgment, I added it, Coy. God. I'm sure we played the demo of this, and it was just terrible. It was funny, though. I gotta admit, it was pretty funny. But I didn't realize that one of the games on the list was was not even released yet because I didn't have this exclude pre-release checked. So that was my dumb. But if you don't want FMV, don't vote for it. That's the thing. People who complain are usually people who don't vote. So what I would do if I were you, I'd vote for every single one of them but that one. He's the one that called it boot. He's the one to make big ball that. He's the one that called it big boot. He gonna be your banking time. Oh my God, it keeps going.
This is a test for the list.
I thought it was done. Has a little tag on the end there. Thanks, Scott. Oh, wait, hold on. Was that him? Hold on, let me make sure. He's the one that called it beep boot. He's the one that make beep ball that. He's the one that called it beep boot. He gonna be your banking time. So stupid. Oh my God, that's so dumb. All right, y'all. This is your list for today. Your list of indie games to pick from. There's 8 of them, of course. And whatever gets voted on at the end of watching the trailers is what we'll start with. I forgot if it was Gas or Zeke said the other day, they froze or delayed the login speed. I don't live in Texas, US, so it doesn't matter. I didn't really know. Yeah. Yeah, they put a halt on it or a pause on that bill or whatever. And it's, I mean, I would imagine it probably gets struck down. It's just too much money. Like the weed makes too much money for a state for them to like just dismiss it and be like, nah, we don't need all those millions of dollars from weed purchasers. So we'll see how that goes. But I mean, push comes to shove. Road trip. We got a road trip to resupply and then truck it on back. Like cigarettes, yeah. Okay. These are your games for the day. Don't play this. Elevator. Redacted. The Safe House. I Eat Paintings When Guards Aren't Looking, which is a great title. Ground Zero. Opus Prism Break. Prism Break, not prison. Prism. A Rat's Quest, The Way Back Home, Season 1. And Beta Cafe, Write Your Love Story. We got some winners. We got some probable losers. But we're going to take a look at all of them, starting with Don't Play This. Okie dokie. 5 scary stories, but they all have the same ending. Can you play it? A psychological horror game from the first person, which few will pass. Okay. This one came out 4 days ago. Developed by Admia, Alexa, and Notex. Published by them as well. It is $6.88. Let's take a look. Good Lord. A horror mud runner. Here we go. Don't play this. There you go. Probably going to be some jumpy scares. Going to be some poopy pants. All right, moving from that one into a completely different type of game. Another psychological horror game. Sometimes the weeks have a theme. Elevator, or whatever this is. What is that? Hold on. Let me see what that says. It might just say elevator. Okay. It just says elevator. Yep, elevator. That's all it says. Elevator. Elevator is a first-person psychological horror puzzle game. You woke up in a malfunctioned elevator and found yourself trapped in the floors of a different era. Find your way to escape. This one came out 5 days ago, developed and published by Black Swan Studio. It's in early access. You can get the demo tutorial, I guess, for free, or you can buy it for $5.39, excuse me. Let's take a look. Bunch of creepy ones this time. I really hope those are translated in the game. I've used an elevator once. Congratulations. Now, I'll tell you this, growing up in Billings, Montana, using an elevator or an escalator was a real treat as a kid. I'm not even kidding. Your girlfriend can live translate like the other time? Okay, cool. Hopefully we won't need that. All right, that is Elevator. All right, next game is called Redacted, the Safe House. Okay. You're a detective. Investigate the haunting events surrounding the murder of Ann Peterson and her boyfriend. Explore an old safe house for clues, deduce keywords, and reveal redacted words as you search Ann's digital journal and piece together your case report as this unfortunate story unfolds. This one came out 9 days ago, developed and published by Heart Beast. It is $3.99. Let's figure it out. What up, Dumantia? So yeah, detective, keyword search, puzzle, escape room kind of vibes. No, Kidween. I don't believe I did. They could have jump scared us there. And they chose not to, so good for them. Good job.
You're a cunt.
Yes, indeed.
Did you cow that Darth Vader had a mistress while he was together with Padme? Her name was Ella Vega.
Did you know that Darth Vader had a mistress while he was together with Padme? Oh, her name was Ella Vader. Jesus Christ. Boo! Boo to you! Oh my God. All right. We got 44 seconds to wait until the ad break's over, so we'll get back to the trailers as soon as that's done. But thank you, Paler, for the bits, and no thank you for the joke. Can I do that? Can I thank you for your money and disparage you for making a joke like that? Zeke, do you consider an erection personal growth?
Thank you for your money.
Yes.
Though. I do appreciate your money.
There you go. Thank you, Spencer. Yes, I do consider it personal growth, and especially if you haven't had an erection in a while. It's a double personal growth.
Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
There you go. Another one. There you go. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Sorry. No, you're not sorry. You know what? If that's the last bad joke I hear out of you, Paler, I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised. Okay. Ad break's over. Let's get back to the games. That was Redacted, the Safe House. Next one is quite possibly one of my favorite Steam game names of all time. I eat paintings when guards aren't looking. This one is not psychological horror. Find hidden objects in famous paintings, then eat them. Decode bizarre cravings, rip chunks out of Renaissance masterpieces, and snack your way through art history like the absolute menace you are. This one came out 10 days ago, developed and published by Frog and Dove Games. You can play the demo for free, or you can buy it for $4.79. Let's take a look. Okay, oh, this is...
Fruits have never been good enough for me. Things like fruits and flowers and beards and bearded fruits. They never satisfied my refined human palate. Then one fateful day at a poorly guarded, funny pyramid house, I found my calling. Now guided by my special blend of dirt water and a wish list of my deepest cravings, I wait until the guards aren't looking, and then... I smother my face into those decadently smeared pigments, savoring the chewiness of a refined Renaissance wafer, crispy canvas meeting curdled oil.
Now look ya, I'm just trying to enjoy a nice dinner with my friends, and it may be one of the last times I get to do that. So if you will just... Remember to wish list I eat paintings when guards aren't looking on Steam today. Tell your friends, tell your family. Please, God, don't eat.
Okay. There it is. Might be fun, might be stupid, might be both. I eat paintings when guards aren't looking. All right, next one is called Ground Zero. This one's going to look familiar because it's an homage. It's a love letter to games that you've seen before. Fight through post-apocalyptic South Korea in this retro survival horror. Uncover the truth behind the devastating meteor impact that left the country in ruins and turned every living organism into a terrifying monstrosity. Fight, solve puzzles, upgrade gear, make every bullet count. This one came out 2 days ago, developed by Malformation Games, published by Quali. It is $15.29. Let's take a look.
Evan? There's something on the road.
So she's not actually wearing a thong. She's wearing pants. It's just the thing she has over top of the pants acts like a thong for some reason. Yeah, it's for defending her crotch, but not her butt cheeks, apparently. Dude, it's like Dino Crisis and Resident Evil had a disgusting baby. A cheap indie disgusting baby.
State your names for the record.
Oh wait, we should watch this part too.
Toyon.
Confirm your mission objectives for the board.
At 7:52 a.m. on July 26th, a meteor with unusual signature struck Daejeon.
Aftershocks are reported around the country. Air quality is low and considered inhospitable. Lethal arms will be provided in case of hostile encounter.
Oh, it's fixed camera tank controls, I bet you. And I'm excited for that.
Objective 1 is to travel to Busan and retrieve black box data on the atmospheric conditions.
Oh, not cheap. Those backgrounds are actually pre-rendered. Okay.
Objective 2 is to travel to Daejeon and investigate the impact site.
Looks like a fun time, man. Frustrating, but it looks like a fun time. I hope the auto aim is good, if there is one.
And coordinate.
'Cause that's the only thing that saves these games for me is if you auto aim at the enemies. Okay. We don't want to see too much of it, but there you go. Ground Zero. Dino Crisis RE mashup. In today, of today. All right, the next one is an emotional ride that was voted on or that was suggested a bunch of times. And man, the animation looks fucking stellar. And the only reason why I'm allowing this is because it's visual novel, but it seems like it's voice acted. It seems like it's fully voice acted, which is the only way I can actually get through these games. But it looks really well done, and I'm willing to give it a shot. All right, Opus Prism Break. I don't know why they made it so close to Prison Break, but Prism Break is a narrative adventure where you play as a weary photographer stranded in the Dusklands, traveling with a girl who's lost her memories. Together, you'll uncover the mysteries of this land through your camera and find your way home. This one came out 3 days ago, developed by Sigono Inc., published by Shueisha Games. It is $22.49. Peak. Prism Peak. All right, that's done. I'm out. I'm done for the day. Thanks for being here, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Why? I never saw Peak. I always saw Break. Even when I was looking at it last night, I'm like, oh, Prism Break. Got it. Okay, why would they do that? Whoa, big dumb. Prism Peak, as in a mountain peak. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me? All right, anyways, $23. Let's take a look.
The child is a walker, fading from the shade's touch.
But I don't want to fade.
It's like, the harder I try, the more people around me get hurt.
I don't think I played the demo of this.
Change that.
Keep going. I won't let you fall.
Anyone you photographed is a friend.
You took my photo. I'll always be your friend.
I can't face the camera.
You fake. Don't worry, you're brave.
What up, Revoltcon? Thank you for the raid.
Always brave.
We just pretend to be.
Yeah, dude, like, it's gorgeous. Like, the art direction. I'm not even a huge anime fan, and this is just...
Where's Ren?
Amazing looking.
Well, are you a failure?
Could do better. But it's hard. Every time I try, someone gets hurt.
No biggie. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
But thanks for coming with me.
You must look after her. Don't let her fade, so you don't get lost.
Oh, this is part of a series of Opus games. I did not know that.
Come on, friend. Follow us. We won't let you lose your way.
I mean, this is like a fucking Miyazaki film, dude.
Let the spirits guide.
Like, not the same art style, but like the grandeur of it and the kind of the look and feel of it.
Light?
Yeah, you're my light.
Well, nice. Thank you, Revoltcon. There you go. All right, I'm willing to give it a shot. That's me going like, I'm willing to give games a shot that I might not necessarily be in my wheelhouse. So there you go. Opus Prism Peak. Prism Peak. Peak. As in, take a peek at my pee-pee. All right. Next game is called A Rat's Quest. So this is how I chose this last game. Well, Beta Cafe kind of snuck in there, but I said, all right, babe, I'm going to give you 3 titles and you don't get to look at the games. I'm just going to tell you the titles and you pick one. She was like, okay. I said, okay. Many mini typing games, Dice a Million, or A Rat's Quest. And she was like, Rat's Quest. Okay, that'll be the one then. Because I was on the fence about all of them, so. Matt, a young rat, is willing to risk everything for that. But willing to risk everything for love. But he won't do that. Determined to reunite with Nat, oh God, a pet mouse, he secretly ventures to the upper floors of the giant's house, longing for a new life on the outside. Matt's actions and the dark secrets harbored by his commune both put their lives in danger. This one came out 2 weeks ago, developed by the Dreamarians, published by Handy Games. It is $17.99. White paper with 41.
I'm paying for the emotes. Don't get too cocky.
Okay, you enjoy the emotes then.
Matt the Rat, the agile escape artist.
Nat, the house mouse.
I have something to show you.
Look at that.
It is beautiful.
I wonder what's out there. Now's the time to be a scavenger. No crowd to show off to.
Right, squad.
Yes, scavenger lead.
Good. There's the energy.
And I believe I looked for AI. There didn't seem to be any AI in the game.
Say this
but
once, just once.
there you go. Rat's Quest.
The way back home.
The way back home. Yeah, all these games seem clean. I knew Koi would be watching out for me. Making sure to keep me on my no AI toes. All right, and the last one, of course, Beta Cafe, Write Your Own Love Story. It's a fucking FMV. All right, let's see what you guys voted for. I'm just kidding. I guess we'll look at it. A man with a broken heart trying to love and be loved, though it's hard. In this dating simulation, you'll be facing some of the most terrible first date experiences. It's cinematic, funny, and brutally honest. This one came out yesterday, developed and published by Cinemo. You can get the demo, which I think we already played, or you can buy it for $10.79. Let's go.
I'm gonna change.
I'm gonna change.
Dude, someone added me.
Oh yeah, and it's dubbed.
What are you talking about, you bastard?
Hey, listen, like a psychologist?
More effective.
Would it be too much to ask for a number?
Okay.
That's what she said.
These are great, but how can I get these from you?
Yeah, the saxophone. Yep, that's yeah, this one. Well, there you go. Beta Kate. Or Beta Cafe. Beta Kate. Beta Cafe. There you go. Beta Cafe. Yep. That one guy, Ed. Thank you for the 32 months. That's what she said. I will random you so hard via Rolticon. You got it. All right, here you go.
You miserable fucking ass clown.
There you go. You miserable fucking ass clown, you. All right, let's see what's getting the most votes right now. Looks like, well, hey, look at that. I eat paintings when the guards aren't looking. Okay, we'll take that off the list. We won't reset the poll yet. We'll let you vote on the next game. But wow, Rat's Quest was close. Ground Zero was close. 74 votes go to I Eat Paintings. So we're going to play that one first, see what that one's all about, and I'll let you keep voting as long as you want until this game has come to its right and good conclusion, or we get tired of it. Because this one is one of those games that, like, man, it could be fucking hilarious, or it could be just too stupid to continue. It is a hidden object game, so there's not a lot to it. All right, let's put it in there. I eat paintings. Yep, there we go. When guards aren't looking. Okay. Copy. Go to the store page. Paste. There we go. All right. As usual, we'll reread it. Find hidden objects in famous paintings, then eat them. Decode bizarre cravings, rip chunks out of Renaissance masterpieces, and snack your way through art history like the absolute menace you are. This one came out 10 days ago, developed and published by Frog and Dove Games. You can get the demo for free, or you can buy it for $4.79. Let's check it out. I'm excited. I love indie days. I love not knowing what I'm going to get. Full screen. Show edge movement zone. Edge scroll speed. Oh, God, okay. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just go. Not a lot of options. Oh, you can pan with WASD. That's nice. Okay. Well, that went better than the last time with the clotheslines. A side door propped open by one of those steamy-headed humans. Most art galleries have wandering bullies, so I should not take long, lest they ask me to pay an entrance fee, or worse, stop me from my true purpose. Who left all these sticky notes here? Like a bunch of instructions or something. Some people have no respect for fine art. I wonder if the artist felt like I, a kindred spirit. It's as if they knew what I was hatched to do, this open invitation, or perhaps temptation was their muse too. I shouldn't be greedy, but maybe I'll try the tasty looking bits, the things that call to me. Okay. Okay, zoom in and out. Got it. Hint quad. Unveils after X missed clicks. Hint icon. Unveils after X missed clicks. Okay. Hint reveal brings you to selected item. Okay, so this is our list. Oh, here, hold on. Let me move over just a scotch. There we go. This is our list right here. Pipped calcium snack. Damn it. Snickerous and Merlot. Okay, calcium snack. Grapes would be Merlot. A calcium snack would be a shell? So you mean like a snail? Oh, Snickerous. Oh, the snail that's like okay. The snail that's at the top because he's like, maybe that's what it was. But yeah, that counted. Oh, Merlot, like like water. Oh, it's a calcium snack. Okay. Okay. So that shell is a calcium snack. Pipped. And Merlot. What does pip mean? Like a pip, like I know what a pip on like your like Star Trek. They have pips to designate like their rank. Or a pip is a seed. Okay. Oh, the stone in a fruit is a pip? Oh, pips are dots, pips are on dice. Yes, I knew that. Okay, so where would okay, is there like a Oh, pipped. Yep, that worked. 1 seed. Pipped. Good. Okay. And now, you know what? I'm gonna just move to this side for this game since the clues are all over here. And now Merlot. I know Merlot is a grape. Like it makes wine. Is that it? That's it? Okay, good. Okay. We did it! Scrumptious! Acidic and bright with low fermented notes. Apparently took a while to paint. Okay. Next level. All right. I'm so good at blending in. My jacket coat has them believing I'm just a regular potato. Or do I call them patrons? Which ones go to restaurants? Oh, how precious. Such a gorgeous painted depiction of wool. Oh, there are kids as well. I've tried them before. Don't like the aroma. Like old sandwiches in an undercover area. Fuck. Okay, let's make it as big as we can. There, okay. Okay, a story. Oh, goddamn. Can I turn off the screen scrolling? Edge scroll speed down. Okay. Okay, well, at least it's slow now. Okay, a story to tell. Holy sheet. Push the button. Oh, there's a button right here. It's kind of hard to see, but I got the button. Music, milady. So the trumpet wasn't something. Oh, the drum isn't anything either. Okay. Story, that's got to be a story to tell, right? Oh, that's holy sheet. Oh, sheet music. Okay, okay. Music, milady. I tried the trumpet. The trumpet is not a thing. It's not something you click on. Oh, a yarn! A story to tell is yarn. Clever, clever. Yep, story to tell is yarn. Because it's a colloquialism. If you spin a yarn, you're telling a story. Music, milady, and I think it might be actually just her. Nope, not her. Okay. You think it's the hat? Like milady? Yep. Okay, it's the hat, milady. Okay. One day a woodwind. One day a woodwind. Like the window? Wood and wind? Nope. At least not that part of it. Yeah, not that, no. Nope. I tried the frame, the window, and the other window too. It's not that. Do you think the plant? Oh, yeah, the plant. Okay. It will grow into a woodwind even though it's a flower, not a tree. A cacophonous taste of pennies with undertones of foot sand pairs well with an early demise. I like this game, man. I like this. This is great. Abaddon with 69 months. Thank you, Abaddon. An artistic imitation like pureed fish to a crab. Nevertheless, when fried in a morass of the arguing elderly, I'm sure it will be both succulent and complex. Will I try the birds, the serpents? Perhaps I'm overthinking and should let my belly gremlins peruse the menu. Bone apple teeth. This one is called The Concert in the Egg. Hieronymus Bosch. Yep, it's Hieronymus Bosch. Famous for his paintings of madness. Oh, I can reveal stuff. Okay, okay. All right, how much? Okay, that's the whole thing. There we go. All right, first one, A Cat's Breakfast. Play Wonderwall. My mind is a temple. The tiny Testadine. Fuck, I don't know what that is. Delivery. This one's a bit stringy. Eat before it goes foul. Tiny Diner. All right, A Cat's Breakfast. A Cat's Breakfast. I know, there's so many birds though. Oh, Tiny Diner, bottom right. There he is right there. Oh, I'm covering up some of the painting. There we go. I'll get out of the way here. Yep, there's a tiny little diner here. Let's get him. There you go. All right. Fish. Oh, fish right here. Fish. Yep, there it is. Cat's Breakfast. Yep, I was covering it up. Okay. Play Wonderwall. Is it this guy shouting? I bet it's this guy saying play Wonderwall. Nope, not him. Okay. Think it's this guy, the guitar here? Or the harp? Nope, that is... Oh, this one's a bit stringy. This one's a bit stringy. Oh, the lute right here. I missed him. Yeah, okay, this guy. Play Wonderwall. Yep, that's him. Play Wonderwall. Good. Okay. My mind is a temple. Nope. Okay. Oh, temple right here. Oh my God. There it is. That's right there. All right. What is a Testadine? I gotta look that up. Sorry, I need to know what that word means. Oh, it's a turtle. A Testadine is a turtle. Okay. And how do you say it? Yeah, Testadine. I was right. Testadine. Okay. So it's a turtle, and there's a turtle right here. It's a tiny Testadine. Boom, got it. Okay. Delivery! Oh, the stork? Yep, there it is. Okay. Now, eat it before it goes foul could be... Oh, this? I think the dead chicken in the... Or dead... Yep, that's it. Okay, cool. A delightful composition with hints of sulfur, shoe wax, and melody. Y-Ray was 66. Thank you, Y-Ray. With no guards in this wing, I can take my time. Wait, do guards have wings? Ah, quiet night in. The snowy dark baying at the windows and the dead eyes of shark children glaring at you across the dinner table. Jesus, yes. They're looking directly at me. I hate it. Reminds me of my birthing colander and podlings. All right, this one is getting ready for a game. by Carl Larsson, 1901, Sweden. Okay. Hopefully I'm not blocking too much. Okay. A vague cherub. Oh, a vague cherub right there. Right up here. This one is a pear. Just the pear, you think? Yep. Okay. He's right behind you. He's right behind you. This one? Or... the child on the left? This child right here? Nope. Nope, neither child. Neither child.
You want pulp or no pulp?
You want pulp or no pulp? You know, I'm good with either one. Pulp doesn't bother me in orange juice. It's just if there's like a lot of it. Like medium pulp is what I would go. Medium to low pulp. But thank you for 123 months there, Citro. Good to see you again. The bearded guy at the bottom. Oh, me. Ah, bottom left. I get it. Okay. Right behind you? Nope, not you. Okay, do you think it's this thing right here? Nope. Yeah, I tried this. Yeah, I tried you. The brown mass in the corner, like this right here. Nope. Nope, that's not it either. Nope, it's not the letters. Oh, this poster on the door here? Oh, that's Artception. We got one, but that's Artception. It's art inside of the art. You think it's the chicken? It is the chicken. The chicken is right behind you. Yep, that's it. Okay. Okay, a glass bun. A glass bun. Oh, the lampshade. You think, oh, that does kind of look like a bun. That is it. Yep, there it is. Glass bun. Citro giving a sub to Bush Trot Line. Hell yeah. Baka. A wisp in the cabinet. That one's easy. That one's that one. No problem. A house blessing. A house blessing would be... yeah, the sign above the door, but I've already clicked on this. Yep, it's not that. Nope. What's she holding? She's has her hand on like a credenza or something like that, and like she's got a bottle of liquor or alcohol or something. Ava's cat with 101, baby. A house blessing. Where, I mean, salt and bread, sure. Where's the salt and then where's the bread? Where, I don't see bread. That looks like a cutting board, but doesn't, yeah, it doesn't look like bread to me. A bottle could be a blessing? Nope. Wine on the tray? Nope. Sign above the door? No, I already tried that one many times. Nope, not the... No. You want me to try the sign again? Why just that letter and not the whole sign? Because I tried C, U, D when we were looking for he's right behind you. But not this, not any of these letters, not over here, and not this. I tried everything but the center of that. But apparently it's F. Yeah, no idea. Okay. Now a wallflower. Wallflowers, that one should be easy, right? There it is. Wallflower. Divine! Yep, there's the F. I don't know why that one worked, but the other parts of the sign didn't work. All right, acridity like that of lamp oil, burnt cardboard, and the merest hint of ozone. All right, new song, please. Okay, good. Am I getting full? How many of these still lifes am I going to tear through? Never! More sea bug, more vegetable ovaries. Huh, is that patron running because she doesn't like the still life pieces? Her loss. This one is a still life of assorted fruits in a basket by Cornelis de Breyer. 1652, 1658, Belgium, Antwerp. Oops. Okay. Oh, there's a little kitty poking out here. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go a grain. Here we go a grain. So there's got to be grains somewhere. Something like bread or something, yeah. Oh, right here? Nope. Oh, corn. Corn is a grain. Yeah, there we go. Here we go, grain. Deflation personified. Not that, no. Nope. Oh, you mean, oh, the white cloth maybe? Nope. Deflation? For the pumpkin? The small crab, huh? All right, let's move on to the next one. How's this for a pear? Nope. It's not the pears this time. How's this for a pear? Oh, right here? Yeah, pear cherries. They look like balls. All right, in need of the lemon. Oh, the lobster. Lobster claw. Lobster tail? Nope. Oh, you put lemon on oysters, sure. I just want to make sure. There we go. Okay, I hate that. I hate that it's one of the oysters. And not any of them. All right, no competitions. Drinking? Nope, that was I'm drawing a Blanc. Oh, a Sauvignon Blanc. I'm drawing a Blanc. No competitions. Like, oh. Oh my gourd would, I mean, be the pumpkin, right? All right, a fringe benefit. Fringe. There we go. Fringe benefit. We got it. There's right there. So no competitions and deflation personified. Those are the ones we're looking for. I wonder why the crab is the competitions. Okay. There's a deflated grape in the middle. Oh, right here. I see it. Oh my God. Nice. Good eye on that. Holy shit. That was a good eye. Nice work. An ephemeral interplay of fruit and seafood, like the bottom 2 inches of a grocer's bin. Ah, Vincent, I always wondered if he was like me. Did he taste the colors he saw, the pictures did they sing? I hope he found a place to sit and paint in peace. This is Le Café du Nuit, the Night Cafe, Vincent van Gogh, 1888 France. Gough? I'm not gonna say it like that. I'm gonna say it the American way. Van Gogh. Vincent van Gogh. All right, so first one, shaped like a corkscrew. A duck penis, yes. Oh, right there. Oh my God, it is. It's a duck corkscrew. Oh my God. I never noticed that. Oh my God. It's a duck-shaped corkscrew. That's fucking great. Number 7. Right here. Oh, nope, that is... Chronometry. Chronometry. So that wasn't number 7. Oh, one of the cue balls. The number 7 in the pocket, right? There it is, number 7, the red ball. Yep, nice work. All right, the next one is the same as the others. Nope, not one of the lamps. Oh, that one is. Why would that be? What? Help me out on that one. Why a lamp? The same as the others? Why a lamp? Is that one different than the others? It's different. Okay. All right. Spicy stamens. There you go. That one was easy. Facing sou'wester. Facing sou'wester. Oh, maybe the Q. That's facing southeast. Yep, not the man. Oh, maybe the chair? Nope. It's not that part of the chair. Okay. Oh, that's the introverted inebriate. Different one. Oh, a sou'wester is a raincoat. So this guy with the rain hat and the raincoat? The rain hat. Oh my God, yes. I did not know that. Nice work. Thank you, Lenny. Hell yeah. That's his rain hat. It's actually a system. That's the clue. It's actually a system. Nope. Oh, a hair system. Oh my God. If it's a hair system. Oh my fucking God. Wow. Wow. A hair system. Yeah. Yeah. That's a Rompo Peel thing, right? It's actually a hair system. It was like an infomercial from like back in the day. It's not hair replacement. It's a hair system. Yeah, I remember those commercials. Like the skin of a peach layered over 2 parts absinthe with a kick of vertigo. Gas Dog with 38. Thank you, Gas
How are
Dog.
you doing, Zeke and Chad? Just got in my order of 140 metal crown bottle caps. Gonna do some serious work.
Hell yeah, dude. You'll have to take a picture and show it when your project is finished, whatever it may be. Okay, you can do this. Just a party, grab a glass and mingle. There's no way they can tell. After all, you're just a regular guy. Is that an Affenpinscher? No, you can't eat the dog. Maybe I should say I have a job. What's normal? Hi, I'm a friend of Alphonse. I'm a shampoo taster. An introvert goes to a party. I'm a friend of Alphonse. I'm a shampoo taster. Nailed it. That's fucking great, dude. I love that. Oh, that's good. All right, this is Luncheon of the Boating Party by Pierre Auguste Renoir, 1881, France. Okay, first thing we need is a chimney as couture. The hat? Yeah. Begonias on the brain. Okay, not too hard. Fruit, not worth a plate. Is someone holding a fruit? Oh, fruit. Oh, on a table right here, like this. Yep, there it is, just on the table. Hydrated. Hydrated? Yep, there you go, hydrated. All right. I could eat the artist. Oh my God, is Renoir in this? Which one is Renoir? This guy? Nope. Not that guy. Oh, maybe the name. Oh, no way. The signature? Get out of the fucking way, dude. Good call, dude, Austin. Good call. All right. It's used. Gimme. It's used. Gimme. The dog? No, not the dog. The napkin here? Yep, napkin right there. All right, that's it. Ye old bubble gum. Ye old bubble gum. Nope. I tried the cigarette in that guy's hand, the cigarette in that guy's hand. Oh, the ceiling? That, nope. Okay. Raven Dreamer, thank you for 66 months. Nope. Kind of looks like bubblegum. Oh, right here. Yep. There it is. It looks like bubblegum. Yep. All right. The Ginger Scourer. Scouring pad. His beard. The Dappled Light and Bottled Grape ferments. Dappled Light and Bottled Grape ferments bring a playful hint of rotten photons. Perhaps enjoy with a side of social phobia. I'm a shampoo taster. Just fucking tickle me. I can totally see so many people I've met through Twitch walking into a party like, "Hi, I'm Jack. I'm a shampoo taster." God damn it. Huff, huff, whew. That was close. I'm pretty certain that sourpuss was following me. What is with all these old bearded people in paintings? Did they do anything other than sit down for 11sies? Not that I can criticize. This one is Cena in a mouse, supper at a mouse, I don't know how to say that. Michelangelo Mercy de Caravaggio. Oh, it's Caravaggio. I actually know that name. Year 1601 in Italy. Okay, first one we're gonna look for is Not So Shellfish Now. Shellfish. Not So Shellfish. Oh, look, a kitty! Found the kitty! Oh, there's the shell. There you go, on his shirt. I was looking at the food. A little fishy. A little fishy. Oh, are there fish on this pot? No, okay. Maybe the water? Nope. Well, yeah, this does kind of look a little Jesus-y. Oh my God, the fruit bowl. If it's the shadow, dude, don't. What? Oh my God. Oh! Oh, maybe there's a school. So it was a fish joke, but it was a different fish joke. All right, now a little fishy, another one. Oh, depicting Jesus recently resurrected, posing incognito as a rich Italian nobleman. Interesting, okay. A little fishy. Under red arm on table. Small fish shadow. Okay. Oh, that was, I thought it was a shroom. Okay, that was a different one. Oh, right there? Oh, that was Zampati Pollo. So something of chicken. A little sample of chicken. Leg of chicken, something like that. Oop. Yeah, the cat's inserted. You said, fruit bowl right from grape. Oh, that's one we've already taken. We already taken that one. That's what you're talking about. You said there's a fish hook? Oh, let's just get this one out of the way. A fresh napkin. Not. Yeah. Fresh napkin. Not. Oh, under the leaves. Oh, right here? Nope. Top of guy's ear looks like a fish. Okay. No. Right from grape on a pear. No. Oh, maybe this is like one of these is like a fish hook. Nope. They do kind of look like these down here kind of look like fish hooks. Okay, yeah, because I looked. Yeah, I clicked all over this thing because it looks like it might have fish on it, but that's not it. Okay, what is up? Okay, let's move back. Behind me on back of chair. Okay, what is a Pollex? P-O-L-L-E-X. A pious Pollex. Fuck is that? It's a scientific anatomical. Oh, for a thumb. Okay, I didn't know that. All right, let's do a suspicious sample. Yeah, I tried this shadow there. I tried that. Behind this. Okay, there it is. Yep, a suspicious sample. Okay. Yeah, what is this? The elbow on the green guide. No, no idea. All right. So we're still looking for a little fishy. The cat is the game. The game has inserted cats into a lot of these paintings.
Not big enough.
Inside the bowl, right of the basket. This? Nope. Yeah, I tried the bread. Eska Cat, thank you for the 9 months. Right-hand side guy with his arms out. It was this big. Look at how big that hand is. Look at how huge that fucking hand is. I never realized. Holy shit. The proportions of that hand. Holy moly. That fish, that's
too big.
It's too big. Is that a Jesus fish on the bowl? That was it. Celtic Knight got it. Jesus fish on the bowl, middle of basket, under the orange apple looking thing. Yep, there it was. Oh my God, it was just the rudimentary Jesus fish that you see on the back of cars and stuff. Right there, you can see it now. I can totally see it now once it's disembodied, but yeah. Wow, weird. Camphor laid on Berber with an aromatic tone of pilgrimism. All right, such a busy building. I can hear all the footsteps and shouting. The dessert course must be coming up very soon. Now we are talking. What a feast! Such judging glances and nauseated children. And food too, I suppose. This one is Voluptas Carnis, The Fat Kitchen, an allegory by Pieter Aertsen. 1565, 1575 in the Netherlands. The Netherlands. Oh man, it's hard to get this whole thing on the screen without blocking shit, but best I can do. All right, Hecate's vessel. Hecate, the three who are one. The witches. What do they travel around in? A cauldron, right? Yep, there it is. Cauldron. Kind of a big dill. There you go. That one was easy. So, Gouda. Nope, not either of those. I wasn't sure. That looked like might have been a half a loaf of bread, but there it is. Okay, that's Gouda. A starving strigiform. Strigiform? Fuck is a strigiform? Is that an owl? Owl. Okay, so that's it. Yep. All right, a brass bowl or bowl. A brass bowl. Oh, whoops. Born to struggle. I got whatever that is. Born to struggle. No, I already tried that one. Nope, that's not a brass bowl. Oh, this? Yep, brass bowl under the kid. Yep, good job. Synovial globe. Synovial globe. Synovial. Fuck is that? A cabbage? Synovial fluid. It's like a knee. Okay. Nope, not there. A joint. Or a hip. Okay. Oh, right there. Oh, right here. The joint. Right there. I bet that's it. That's fucking it, dude. Nice. All right, next one. Double ichthyes. Fish. Ichthy. Fish. There we go. Easy peasy. Succulent. Zeke, you look like you sleep loud. I probably do. You can ask Katie. I think I talk in my sleep. Sometimes I giggle. Like the turmoil of a cold day joining the fustiness of an unburped bedroom. Oh, we know this one. The most famous depiction of the Last Supper ever committed to canvas. This artwork benefits greatly from not having giant holes knocked through it. What rich depictions of citrus, bread, and scrumptious-looking feet. I forget how much feet is in this picture, or in this painting. Ew. Okay, Bart's Piggies. Bart. Bartholomew. Who's Bart? There we go. The guy at the end. Okay. Clasped. Yep, there we go. Okay. An elevated eminence. Oh, this. The finger? Oh, that's Old Tom. Nope, different one, but we got it. That's Old Tom. Elevated eminence. Oh, the holiest feet. The white, any cat you see in these paintings is put there by the game. These are not, this is not in the game. Or not in the painting. All right, elevated eminence. Oh. I don't know who these, I only know Jesus, Peter or Mary Magdalene, and Judas. The only one without a halo on is Judas. All right, meaty morsel. There we go. Let's get the meaty morsel out of the way. Peter's stabber. Is this Peter? This is Peter, right? Peter was the right hand of the Lord. Oh, right here. There it is. Yep, Peter's stabber. So that's Peter. Oh, okay. Refill, please. Empty glass. We need an empty glass. Is anyone holding an empty glass? No. Nope. Right side of the table. Oh, right here? Nope. Yeah, by the guy in the lime green. This right, like right here. Yeah, I see there's one like right here. Oh, there it is. Okay, okay. I wasn't clicking on it because of the fucking cappuccino with reveal on it. Simon. Simon's trotters. Trotters are feet, right? Which one's Simon? There we go. Simon's on the very end. Okay. All right. Last one, elevated eminence. The mountains. The mountains. Nice work. Yep, it was the mountains. Oh, apparently there's more. Oh, there is more. One more. Sour segment. Oh, right here? Oh, the lemon. There you go. The lemon by Judas. Nice work. Sharp acidic notes overlaid with a pungent Parmesan funk. These guys have nothing on Antwerp Royal Museum of Fine Art. I barely made it past the toilets there. It's almost like they want me to have a little snack. Ah, I love a cold morning with its crispness and smells. Like the world's taste volume has been turned up and I'm the lucky dumpling who gets to taste it all. This one is Hunters in the Snow, Winter. Pieter Bruegel, the Elder. 1565 Netherlands. One of a series of 5 remaining works, this piece is an example of the movement Labors of the Month, where Renaissance artists depicted the travails of rural living through the year. This depicts the winter of 1565, which was the beginning of what is known as the Little Ice Age, a series of harsh winters that lasted into the 1800s. Okay, a hound's helix. There you go, dog's tail, yep. Mini Pyro. Oh, Mini Pyro, this guy? Yep, Mini Pyro. The little one right by the fire there. Okay. Cool Runnings. Is there a sled? A bobsled? Preferably Jamaican? Middle of the screen, like this thing? Bottom right, oh. That's it, yeah, woman being pulled on ice, there you go. He stole that! Oh, stole. Like a mink stole? Maybe? Yeah, we can zoom in. I just don't know like what part you want to move in on. What actually is a stole? Is it just like a neck scarf or something to go around your shoulders? Yeah, okay. Oh, he stole that! He looks like he's stealing it. But I can't click on him, it's not him. Oh, the cat! We found the cat. Holding on, the sign is holding on, yeah. There you go. Okay. On guy's back like this. Yep, he stole that. There it is. Okay. I'm seeing triple. These guys right here. Yep, there you go. The triples. Plant of Faces. Oh, this guy right here? Yep, there it is. The guy crumpled up on the ice. One for sorrow. Oh, that's like a rhyme. One for sorrow. Oh, I know it. It's like an old rhyme. It's a like one magpie, right? Magpie. Yep. There you go. Yep. Yeah, one for sorrow, two for joy, three for a girl, four for a boy. There it is. Thank you, Barbarian. The high wood smoke notes balance well against the wet fur of discarded fox carcasses. Oh, I can hear the sirens in the distance. That means I'm about to make friends. Just one more moralistic lesson. They go down so smooth. Like vinegared pralines or the red berries that grew on the bush down the road from the dog shelter. What a treat! This one is Beware of Luxury by Jan Steele, 1663 in the Netherlands. An allegorical depiction of the Dutch phrase "in wild cito," however, in good times beware the consequences. This painting depicts a hedonistic debauch by a wealthy Dutch family, displaying a chaotic tableau within a setting of ostentatious wealth. This scene warns against the cost of excess and its impacts on your life. All right, where's the kitty? First things first, we got to find the kitty. Where's the kitty cat? There you are. Top right, nice. Okay. Perennials before swine. Oh, there it is, right there. Perennials. Perennial flowers. There we go. My Dark Shadow. My Dark Shadow. It's got to be something specific, right? Oh, fuck, it is the duck. My Dark Shadow is the fucking duck. Oh my God, that's funny. All right, a crucial tool. The spoon? Nope. I'm not gonna watch WrestleMania, no. No. I haven't watched wrestling in years. Oh, the pipe? Nope. Oh, crucifix crucial. Where is it? Hanging from the shelf. Oh, right there. There it is. Oh, no, that was Hidden Salvation. Different thing. Oh, Forgetful Damocles, the Sword of Damocles. That's why it's hanging above their heads. Okay. It wasn't a crucial tool, but it was Forgetful Damocles. Nope, not the clock. Zesty Spiral on the right. Oh, the Zesty Spiral is the lemon. Okay. You're jumping ahead, but okay. A Tempting Vintage. Yep. Slightly Foxed. Nope. The fox, nope, not the foxhound. Slightly Fox is also, isn't it drunk? Oh, maybe it's that. Nope. Oh, the old woman asleep? Nope, not that. The key. That is crucial. Okay, okay. Oh, foxed! Oh, I bet this is it right here. Like foxing around the edges? Like a card, like a baseball card. There's some slight foxing around the edges. Oh, man, the language. I love this. This is great. You need a fucking thesaurus and a dictionary to play this. Yeah, it's used for grading paper. A smoky and ruinous cataclysm of marble dust and browned banana. Ah, the River Seine. Seine? Is that how you say that? River Seine, as in insane in the membrane. A heady mix of silt and the perfumed French populace. No, it's not. Seine. Okay, Seine, the River Seine. Thank you. A heady mix of silt and the perfumed French populace. So many picnics, so many umbrellas. Is that a canning factory I smell on the breeze? If I'm lucky, maybe the dogs have left me a present. Or one of the small children are painted in vermilion. Mercury. A Sunday afternoon on the island of Le Grand Jatte. Artist Georges Seurat, year 1884-1886, France. Depicting the parklands of that whatever from the Notre Dame in Paris. This piece is considered to be a foundational example of Neo-Impressionism, an example of what is now called Pointillism. However, Seurat called the style Divisionism. The piece is renowned for its scale at 2 by 3 meters. Oh man, the bit rate when I move, I bet it fucking just eats it. Okay. We've got a stunning nosegay. Anybody? Nosegay? N-O-S-E-G-A-Y? Or however you say it, nosegay? Nosegay. Nosegay. It is nosegay. Just in English, it's nosegay. Small, compact, handheld bouquet of flowers. Okay. Okay. Right there. Yep, got it. Okay. Bisque bunting. And bunting can mean something else. Bunting is like a fabric thing you do, right? Or it's a thing in with fabric. Bunting? Am I wrong? Have you heard that this park was a place to pick up prostitutes? Apparently lots of little signs all around. Oh, nice. Decorative draped fabric. I never knew that lady had a monkey. Oh, where's the kitty? By the way. Right there. There it is. We found it. Got it. Okay. The faceless one. A lot of them are faceless. What are you talking about? You think it's this one? No. I can sort of make out a face on her. Bunting, the woman in black knitting blue fabric. Nope. That's the faceless one right there. Yep, okay. Vermilion papillion. Vermilion is green, right? And a papillion, I don't know what a papillion is. Oh, it's a butterfly. So we need a green butterfly. Oh wait, vermilion is red. Wait. Yeah, vermilion is red. Whoops. Why do I think green? Okay. Bianca Brawley just left of the guy's top hat. One of the triangles on the right for Bunting. Nope. Oh, Brawley is an umbrella. Wait, Bianca Brawley? Oh, is it white? There it is. Oh no, that's something else. What did we just get? Oh, a micro umbus umbrella. Okay, the mini umbrella. We got that one in the back. Covirian, thank you for the 6 months. Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
I just need your muscle.
All right.
It's gonna happen. She's blocked. Yeah.
There you go.
Don't
No, it's
fake it.
slippery. It's slimy. Got to get the dog's water refilled, and that lid can be real slimy. Okay. All right, let's move on. A buttonhole boutonniere. There it is. That one was easy. Bow. Wow before master. Bow wow before master. That's the kitty. White one in the background. That's the kitty. Yeah, I tried the black dog. Oh, wait. Ah, it's got to be the bow. The bow on the dog. The bow bow. Yeah, fucking English. All right, he must be fuming. He must be fuming. Oh, there it is. Pipe, cigar. There it is. Aha. La Violette Pom-Pom. A purple pom right here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we got, okay, bisque. Bunting, you said bisque is beige? Between the black Brawley and the blue Bustle. Not that. Bianca Brawley is at the helm of the rowing boat. Oh, fucking there it is. Yep, there's the white Brawley. Nice work. All right, so we only got two left. We've got Bisque Bunting and the Piscator. I've heard Piscator once, like in my life before, and I don't know what it means. Oh, fisherman. Oh, is that one fishing? Yeah, there you go. That guy's fishing. There you go. All right. Bisque bunting. So, like, beige frills. Okay. A culinary, a bisque, a lobster bisque, like that. Pottery, the potter place. Oh, the pot's into the bisque for firing.
Yay for 5
In
years.
sports, player use their bisque to gain an advantage on a set.
Zeklov.
A thick cream soup, ice cream containing powdered nuts, a point taken when desired in a set of tennis, extra turn croquet, blah, 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 okay. Unglazed china. So like a pot. Oops. Geiger Fox, thank you for 41 months. Pharaoh, thank you for the 5 years, baby. Appreciate that. Okay, what happens if we click on it? You've heard of red flags, green flags, and beige flags. This one looks like it tastes of mustard. Yeah, so like that, like a flag, like there it is. Wow. Wow, dude. That's fucking... That was a rough one. That was a rough one. With notes of grass clippings, boot polish, and rendered whalebone fat, probably all the corsets, this piece is both playful and ruminous. Would suit well a dish of creme à la poignée de port. All right, this will be the last one, then we'll switch games. I love a wedding, the toast, the cake, the unattended florist van. They make me feel so sleepy afterwards. Perhaps it's the baby's breath. All right, the wedding at Cana. Paolo Veronese. Year 1562, 1563, Italy. Commissioned by the Black Monks of the Order of St. Benedict, this piece depicts the wedding feast at Cana, said to be the site of Jesus' popular miracle of turning water into wine. Oh, this one's very busy. Very busy. Oh, kitty. Got him. There he is. All right, now he can begin. A distant standard, which is like... A standard is like a flag, right? There it is, yep. Banners. Polyamour. So where do we find the polyamorous people? Where are they at? Oh, oh, maybe it's a parrot. Is there a parrot somewhere? This one is hard to look at, dude. Oops. The lovebirds above the banner? No. I know amour is love, like polyamorous, right? And I was thinking maybe this guy, like kissing this guy and this guy over the shoulder, but no. Where? Oh, you see a parrot? Parrot, parrot, parrot. Oh, right there. There it is, polyamour. Nice, good eye, good eye, good eye. Pour the water. There it is, poured. A bonjournal. Nope. Bon Journal. Oh my god, look at that tiny little puppy. Oh, Mini Mutt, there it is. Ah, Mini Mutt was the thing. That's great. Yeah, if you can find like a book or anything representing a journal. Yeah, we saw the kitty already. We clicked him. Meow. Yeah, I tried the music sheet there. Capital Canine. Oh, you? No. Oh, Capital Canine. Was this you? Yeah, Capital Canine. There you are. Guy in the red on the right holding a book. There's so many guys. There's so many guys. Far right book is open. Above the guy in yellow and green. Oh, you think this guy has a book? Oh, this gold and green. Okay. Man, I am not seeing a book. Guy in the beard, right corner. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there. Oh, you mean this? That's a sleeve? Yeah. Yeah, that's a blue guy sleeve. Yep. Yeah, Bone Journal would be the good book, but and I tried that. That's not a book. Okay, let's. Anybody else got a book anywhere? Yeah, sure. Bone Journal says perhaps he's just doing the crossword. There There it is. Wow, that was a tough one. I saw him. Ooh, shit. Nice one. There you go. All right. Obsequious. Oh, what the fuck is obsequious? Now this is a word I've heard a lot. Obsequious. There we go. Obsequious means exhibiting a fawning attentiveness. Okay. Obsequious drop. Not pleasing others enough amounts to surliness. Pleasing too much makes one obsequious. Oh, like sycophantic, like too much attention. Okay. Obsequious drop could be an overly low bow. Bow? That looks like Van Gogh right there. Yeah, this one is a tough one because it's so fucking busy. There's so much shit. All right, there's another one that says catch. Is someone throwing something? God, this one's so tough, dude. I can't imagine painting this. How fucking long it would take. Oh, right there. Wait, what? That looks like he's dropping it. That definitely looks like... Ah, fuck. Yellow green stripe guy is giving. Yeah, not that. Oh, people to the rub for the master of the details. Okay. All right. Obsequious drop. Would be hard to toast without. There it is. There's obsequious drop. Okay. So we got 3 more. Catch, the correct tenor, and a wooden atlas. Dude holding a plank middle right. Fuck me. There's the catch. Should have been that one too, but it was this one. Okay, so there was 2 flowers falling. Okay, so we got catch. Wooden atlas. You said dude holding a plank middle right. Like this? Oh, like Atlas, like... Maybe? No. No, that's the end of the list. Yep, we're at the end of the list. We got the correct tenor and a wooden atlas to look for. Yeah, it could be either one. This game is very wordplay-y. So if you find something that looks like Atlas... or an actual atlas, like a map. Wow, there it was. Below the blue guy. Wooden Atlas. Okay. Now the correct tenor. Yep, nope. Can't eat Jesus, unfortunately. Oh, there it is. Just that. Okay, cool. Just the instrument. Just the instrument. Wow, that I didn't like that one. That one was too busy. Vanilla skies with saffron tannins laid on a biscuit of birdseed. Aw, fuck me. Bosch, a gastronomical adventurer if there ever was one, a man who knew the pain of temptation, who saw the perils of hedonism. Is that a crab fountain? I feel so seen. Oh. I can feel their eyes on me, the cuffs dangling, the Billy Bully Club swinging. This is my last chance. The Garden of Earthly Delights by Hieronymus Bosch, 1490-1510 in the Netherlands. This painting, known as a triptych, traditionally would have been painting on a cabinet with the central panel being hidden when closed. It is debated if this piece is a moralistic warning or a depiction of Paradise Lost, although triptychs produced at the time were traditionally meant to be viewed sequentially from left to right. Ugh. It's too much. This, I think, he said something about this being the final. Holy shit, yeah, look at all that. Yeah, that's where we're gonna stop it. That's where we're gonna quit. That's the final boss. Yep, there it is, yep. It's the final boss. Good game though. If you want to do it yourself, I think that's what you got to do with those last ones. You got to be zooming in and looking through every inch of the fucking thing. I can't do it here because it's not, the resolution limits it, but that's fucking cool, man. That was really cool. Couldn't handle this painting. It's too big.
Do not read him.
Whoops.
Do not read him the card.
That was the wrong one.
Oh, that's too big.
That painting was too big. Okay. All right, we're going to do a little refresh and see what we got next. Looks like it's going to be Don't Play This. With 95 votes. 96 now. Yep, Don't Play This. All right, cool. We're going to get a little jump scary up in this. All right, we're going to reset the poll. So the people that are here will vote on the next game. So if you haven't voted, go vote again because your being present matters. So the people who are here will vote on the games, not the people who are not here. That's why we reset it every time. Okay, let's get this going. I agree. Thank you. I said yes. Now install this. Oh, fuck. Install this shit. There we go. Who's playing this? Daniel. Oh, sure. Okay. Let's go to the store page. Okay. Don't play this. Perfect. Oh, wow, 3.4K viewers. Someone else is playing this, huh? Nice. Okay, cool. I'm not the only one. Okay. All right, what is this? Don't play this. 5 scary stories, but they all have the same ending. Can you play it? A psychological horror game from the first person, which few will pass. This one came out 4 days ago, developed and published by Admia, Aleska, and Notex. It is $7.64. Let's fucking fire it up. By the way, check your Prime subs. If you haven't checked your Prime bonus sub lately, do that. Use it. Okay. Did Zeke know that FMV stands for fuck Jan Michael Vincent? No, I didn't. Calling all Jan Michael Vincents. Calling all Jan Michael Vincents. You better Michael down your Vincents. All right, where are we doing? Display mode, borderless, good, fine. High? Is high the best? Yes, okay, high the best. ELSS, camera shake, whatever. Okay. Not a ton of options. Oh, giraffe arms.
Thank you for streaming.
Thank you for using your Prime sub on me. I appreciate that. All right, new game, let's go. You ready to get jump scared? Well, before we get jump scared, maybe we play Flappy Egg a little bit. Damn it. No. Fuck. All right. 23. Best I can do. All right, I guess we'll read the email now. That's a wow from Max. Bro, I was surfing the darknet yesterday. The dark web. Came across some creepy videos. Check it out. Where am I? Oh, I go to the other side again. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Oh, okay, I'm playing. I'm playing now. All right. Wow, this... Am I fucking wasted? This head bob is ridiculous. Oh, it's only if you turn. Nope. Okay. Also, this. I'm pressing W. I'm letting go now. You move an extra step every time you let go of W. Or a direction, I'm guessing. Very weird. The key under the book on the table. Oh, it's okay. I can kind of forgive not the forward motion, but I can kind of forgive the swaying because we're on a boat. I get it. I get why I'm swaying. Doesn't mean I like it. Oh, there we go. Come on out, scary face. Okay, or not. Oh, I have a flat top. Oh, never mind. I'm trying to keep it as steady as possible for you guys. If anyone reads this, there's a radio in the cabin that can be used to contact the other crew. If you tune it in, it'll work. You don't like jump scares? Well, I don't think this is a good game for you then. There's gonna be some. And you're gonna hear some weird shit out of me. Okay, at least I gave you a bunch of tries. Oh, I gotta go around? Okay. Hi! What's your name? Oh, okay. I can get out of here, but first I need to find a life jacket. I need to find something to cut the chain with. Flashlight maybe would be good? No? Okay. Something closed the closet. Yeah, this is weird. This, weird, like, I'm on a boat, so I'll walk all funny kind of shit. It's a choice. That was something. I saw it. Got me. Okay. Life jacket. All right. Now let me out. Oh, do I need a... Oh, there's a ladder somewhere. Right? I know I passed the ladder somewhere. Oh, that's all blocked up. Okay. Okay. So this game, it just like walking triggers. You go backtrack and then something else opens up, so on and so forth. Oh, someone crawled up the wall. That's gross. Looks like there's no ladder here. Okay. Hey, look at that. A ladder. Oh, okay. Who's calling? Maybe the rescue team. I need to answer. No! Don't go back down here. Are you kidding me? That's where the fucking monsters are. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Mush mushy. What? Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Time to get scared. And now. No, not now. Now? Maybe now. Maybe we turn it down a little bit. Oh, hi. How's it going, buddy? Scary man, make loud noise. Me no like scary man. I need to find a light switch. Two fuses are missing. Here's the first one. There we go. All right, one's in. All right, now turn around and get scared again. Scary man is coming. Eat my asshole! Held an house builder, you piece of garbage. Yep, you get a timeout for that one. If you can find my asshole, because it has now gone back up inside my body cavity. Oh, that was good. See, that was fine. Now, that was a good scare. I did not mind that one at all. Oh, hey, look. He's got a fuse for me. Hey, buddy. Can I have that? Thanks, pal. See, he's trying to help. He's nice. Nope, I'm not looking at that. Kidding me? All right. There's a guy. Oh, he walked right through that. That's not fair. Oh, flip the switch. There we go. Nice and bright. Perfect. I need to turn on the light. Okay. I will. Okay.
Why are we playing this if it says not to pally it? Cursed game.
Alright, this is getting annoying. I know, right, Fura? Furai? Thank you for the 10 months. Stop it! God, what are you doing? How many times do I do this? Holy moly! There he is. That was rough. I can't do this without coffee. Maybe I'll turn on some music. There you go. Turn on some music. There you go. Coffee? Oh, coffee. There we go. Looks like I'm out of water. There's a little bottle. There's a bottle by the bed. Beer, beer, beer. Ah, water. Hi, Max. Your soon-to-be adopted father explained why he is not subbed to you, like Coke Cabbage and CK. Oh, has Max explain why he's not subbed to me? No, I don't ask. He doesn't have to sub to me. It's fine. Did I? While the water's boiling, I can keep watching. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, I try and read too fast and I fuck up words and stuff. All right, here we go. Next one. Let's go. Maybe this one won't be as bad because it's not on a boat. I need to capture content for my subscribers. If I film something weird, maybe I'll get more viewers. Oh, shit, by the way. There's the viewer list right there. You can see my ping, I guess, right there. And then the viewer list on the left. You don't need to really see my ping, I don't think. I got one viewer, and that's my dad. Thanks, Dad. Now I'm down to 0. Dad left. Dad had to go get cigarettes. Oh, he's back. Okay, good. He came back this time. One. Oh God, is this an anomaly game? Yeah, at least they know that everybody knows I'm not view-botting. Oh, barrel! 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 Oh my God, guys, barrel! You can run with shift. Oh, I can now? Oh, good. Oh, that's a big old hand. Oh. Oh, that was 1 of 3 I got it. Okay. There's 2. What happened to my run? They took my run away. Why'd they do that? My run ran away. Hi. What big eyes you have. No, I'm serious. Why'd they fucking take my run away? That sucks ass. Now I'm going fucking super slow. All right, there's the third switch. Yeah, that guy's just trying to keep healthy. He's going for a jog. Oh, flashlight ran out. Oh, hey, I got my run back. Don't go towards the light? What? Since when? Ah. There we go. Batteries. What? It moved a little. Oh. And my run is gone again. Oh. And LEG has died. The kettle's boiled. Time to pour some coffee. Oh, exit program pressing F. There we go. Hello, Zeke. It's me, John Twitch. Sadly, I have to warn you today, since you're actually playing, don't play this, which is not allowed to play, as the title says. How more obvious can we make this? Wow, I just downed that coffee. All right, I can go back to watching the video now. All right, video 3 time. I honestly read that Super Saiyan line and I thought you said thank the grifter. Be sure to thank your grifter. Oh, driving game. Let's go. Let's hop in my Subaru and get moving. I got a package. I need to take it away and dump it somewhere far off. 720 meters from here. Whoa! Kind of boring. Maybe I'll turn on the radio. That's stations. Whoa! I hate that I have to manually wipe my fucking windows. What's that over there? I need to go check it out. No, I do not. Fuck you. Oh dear. Oh, what a sight. Yeah, I know. I'm in a hurry. I need to keep going. Yes, let's do that. Yeah, never go check it out. Are you kidding me? Never check it out. Oh, it's gone now. Okay, good. Wow, this whatever vehicle I'm driving is super responsive. I need to keep going. There's a broken fence somewhere around here. Now listen here. This is another dark web video. Yeah, this is video 3 from the dark web that my buddy sent me. All right, we're here. I just need to dump the box in the woods. Okay. Nope. Get out. There you go. Right there where the moonlight shines. Dump the box there. Perfect place. They'll never think to look there. The one place that's lit up. We need to get out of here. Also, what a terrible hiding job I've done. Good Lord. You know what? We don't need to worry about closing the doors, right? Okay. Ah, fuck, I guess I do. Shit. And now we got 3,000 more meters to go. Okay, there's nothing in the back now, so I don't have to worry about it. Oh my God! That was a good one. That was a shit bricks moment right there. I have a jack in the trunk. I have a jack in your trunk. Oh, well. Super Sea Lion's dick is too big? Oh, that's too big. God, I'm sad I made that. Now what? Oh, now grab the wrench and unscrew the wheel. The wrench. There it is. Okay, I couldn't see it. There we go. Okay, spare tire in the trunk. That's it. Just grab our stuff and get out of here. Sounds like a great plan. Okay. Close the trunk. Wait a fucking minute. I'm not supposed to be there. I buried you. There's no coming back, man. There's no coming back. Damn, Box already got rid of it. Okay, this time, oh, I got it. Need to keep going. I'll definitely get rid of it. Bury as deep as possible. Okay. Okay, that's my hand. Yep, turn on the lights. Good plan. What? Good spot. I'll bury the box here. Okay. I gotta say, this one I'm not mad at. It's doing a great job of building tension, eeriness, suspicion, like... what? Grab the box? There you go. Okay. I can't see anything. No, that's what I'm wondering. Do I dig up the asphalt? Dude, wow, fucking, what the fuck is happening? All right, this is not good. This needs to be fixed. I don't know what the fuck. I can't see shit. Is that it right there? The little light? There's a barrier. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. That's ridiculous. I need to get out of here fast. But I'll leave the shovel, though. Oh, start the car with F. Ah! There, fuck off. Nope, the box is not back. No, box is good. We're good. Well, can't do anything about the radio. God damn it! Holy! That one got me good. That was good. That was nice. Now I can't even see in the back seat. Everything is dark. I only got 2,000 meters left to go. We got a Code Brown here. Code Brown. I'm just driving, dude. I'm just driving. I'm just getting out of here. No more crashing. Nope, 1,700 meters to go. Doing really well. I don't need a radio. I am all over the road. No, why would I look? Why would I bother looking? Don't look. Don't look, just go! There's nothing back there. You can't see anything anyways. Look at that. Only 1,000 meters left to go. Not looking. No! Take my eyes off the road. Hold on. There. Slow down. Look in the mirror. Why did I... Otherwise, it was so good. Except for that. It was so good. Until you fucking put your giant penis in my ear. Oh, God. That just makes me mad. We gotta stop doing that. As a society, we gotta stop thinking loud is fucking scary. Like, sure, put a little sting on it if you want, but don't fucking kill me. Don't fucking kill my ears, man. That just pisses me off. It doesn't scare me. Otherwise, it was good up till that one point. It was good. Now I'm just mad.
Just heard the brown tongue.
Selner, thank you for the 42 months. That's what I'm saying. They set up the atmosphere. It was great. There was stuff in the box. And then they just do this fucking loud ear rape noise and it just... No good. No good. Takes all of the credibility it had before just completely away. And I'm sure the devs are like, oh my god, that loud noise is so, watch their face, it's so funny. And it's like, I don't want to buy your games now. I should stop playing this. I really should. Just in protest. Well, fucking now what do I do? I'm injured. I'm at the fucking vehicle. Oh, here's the road. I saw a light in the forest. I need to check what's there. Yeah, I did. This is it. Fucking now I'm stuck. Yeah, if I'm fucking, are you kidding me? I'm fucking stuck. I don't even know if this has autosaves. That's why I'm scared to like close the game, but I can't fucking move. I'm stuck. Check out, new horror game just came out. This game has been... This game has been... We got it. There it is. It's blurry. It's pixelated, but it's there. The 3 meatball spaghetti. The axe! Give me the fucking thing! Okay. Congratulations, you've completed the game. Great, thanks. Looks like he's gone. We can get out now. Hold down the left mouse button to move the lamp. Oh, that's kind of neat. Oh, there we go. No, like you actually like drag the light bulb like it's on a fucking like it's on a rail. Look at that. Yeah, like it's on a rail. I think that's a cool idea. A different way to light up the darkness than I've seen. Oh, what's wrong with the computer? Okay, that's supposed to happen. Okay. Need you speak louder? I have you at 10% for safety. Well, we're not gonna be doing this much longer. It's getting cold. I need to find a hat. Indeed. First, I need to find a hat. Okay. I can't leave the attic without finding a hat. There we go. I need to figure out where the draft is coming from. Probably the wide open door. There you go. Door is open. Didn't I close it? Maybe. Okay. Maybe someone came in to warm up. Spooky sound effects CD5. You'll get thunder roll, ghouls screaming, children singing a nursery rhyme. All on Haunting Sounds 4. What a fool I am. I need to light the fireplace. With a lighter that I have? Fuck, it's dark. Matches? Matches?
Yorikan?
Can I have the matches, please? Please let me have the matches. No? No matches for me? Okay. Oh, there's the fireplace. Okay. Now I see it. Firewood. There was firewood somewhere. Oh, fuck off. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they light it up for you. That's nice. Matches. I just hope the box isn't empty. I'd really like to move slightly faster. That'd be nice. Hey, the light works now. Do I need the fireplace? Man, on Spooky Sounds 4, we have owl noise, thunder, detuned radio. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I like. No need for loud noises. Just show me a face in the fucking dark, and that's all I need, man. That's good scares. It's getting warmer. I can go to sleep. Where? What's wrong with the lights? Well, I better go check it out. Stop playing with the lights. You don't pay the electric bill here. What's going on here? I need to call the police. Why am I knocking on my own basement? You'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too. Oh, I need to call the police on a phone, which is upstairs. That wasn't 911, but whatever. What should I do? Piss your pants and cry? Probably. Hey, guy. Okay. Kettle's whistling. I got it. Thank you. Yeah? Well, who's knocking? Yeah, I'm coming. Oh, I'm gonna look out the window here. Nope. Oh, there we go. Door's open. Man, what a shithole I live in. Holy crap. Oh, come on now, guys. All right, I'm done. They were doing so well. So well. They were doing so well. Give them a second. Give them a minute. Like, nice. They put a little thing like, oh my God, I saw it. And they put a little thing around the corner like peeking at you. That's great. And then it's like, I'm going to fucking destroy your eardrums. Man. God damn it, dude. That's bad. That's bad. Don't play this. No, literally, don't play this. Do not play this. Ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know why people keep doing that. It just makes me mad. Makes me want to refund the game. I can refund the game. I played it less than an hour. All right. What's next? Oh, wow. We are going completely the opposite direction with Opus Prism Peak. All right. Now it's time for a chill game. We're just going to chill out. No jump scares, no loud noises, just calm, relaxing story stuff. Okay. $22. Oh, God. Okay. Thanks for paying for this, Spencer. I appreciate you, buddy. Actually, you owe me 50 cents. No, you've tipped earlier today. Yeah, you did. You're good. You're good. All right. Now this one is going to be like real story heavy and heavy emotionally heavy as well. So
the child is a walker fading from the shade's touch.
But I don't want to fade.
It's like the harder I try, the more people around me get hurt.
Even seeing it won't change that.
Keep going. I won't let you fall.
Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate it. Covering shipping and handling, no cash on delivery. No CODs, yeah.
No cash on delivery.
Did you ever play the full version of I Want to Believe game? I need some more freedom and burgers. No, I didn't. White Buffalo. Opus Prism Peak is a narrative adventure where you play as a weary photographer stranded in the Dusklands, traveling with a girl who's lost her memories. Together, you'll uncover the mysteries of this land, though your camera will find your way home. Oh, that's right. You got to vote again because we reset the votes. So go vote again for the next game. Whoever's here. If you feel like voting, your vote actually counts. We don't have that many people voting compared to how many people are actually watching. Together, you'll uncover the mysteries of this land through your camera and find your way home. Right, okay. 3 days ago, this game came out. Developed by Sigono Inc. Published by Shueisha Games. And it is $22.49. You know what? Let's take a pee. I mean, you don't have to take a pee, but I'm going to take a pee. So if you want to take a pee, now's a good time to do it. All right, I'll be right back. Alrighty. You guys ready? Let's fire it up. Opus Prism Peak, not Prison Break. Prism Peak. Totally different thing. And if, it's a controller game? Let's go. Fuck yeah, dude. All right. I hope this is at least not too boring for me. That's the only thing that I'm scared of is like, is this game going to be... Chill doesn't necessarily mean boring, but a lot of times it does. Let's get this back in the rotation. Okay. Let's see what it is. Okay, we'll keep that one. I like that one. Okay, 1 second. Let me get this in there. What are we getting rid of?
Let's see if I can tongue my asshole.
That's the newest one. How many things can you stuff in my ass? That one. How many things can you stuff in my ass? Didn't get a lot of play, but that's okay. Sometimes they don't, but this one will. That's good.
I'm fucking coming.
There you go. That one. It's just, it works on a lot of different levels. You can just play it, you know. There's so many situations that works for. So, all right. Fucking coming. All right, that's C3. C3 is that one.
I'm fucking coming.
There we go. All right, there you go, Poop Doctor. It is in. Random you. All right, random for Illusionist Trixie. Here you go. There you go. Yeah, random it is. Okay, let me get that profile saved. There we go. Okay, we are good to go now. All right. Yep, English, good. Okay. Oh, I can turn it back up now. No jump scares. Audio's fine. Display. Whatever. Oh. I guess that's the best we get. Okay, cool. Comfort mode. Well, I don't know what that is, but... Alright, we'll just go, I guess. Eugene, age 5.
All right, Talca. Keep the camera steady and look where I'm pointing.
Don't call me that, Grandpa. Mom and Dad don't like it. I don't want them to get upset and start fighting again.
That's how grown-ups show they care. Your grandma and I were the
Talca?
same before she passed. Here, I'll show you how to take photos. Steady now. Film's expensive, don't shoot it.
All right, Nitsa said you gotta go, Spence. Butterfly. This kind of butterfly is especially fond of nectar from the golden flowers, always carrying a sweet scent when they pass by. Eugene, age 6. Oh, that was quick. Quick year.
Hey, Grandpa, aren't we going to the cabin?
What kind of map is this? You drew it?
Grandpa's cabin is over here.
It's so small.
We took butterfly photos here last year. The sandbar deers live here. And this is home.
What about this?
That's the city where Mom lives. Can I go see her, Grandpa?
No, son, she doesn't want to see you.
Just go? Anyway.
She made it very clear that she doesn't want to see you anymore.
Grandpa, look! A deer!
Oh, deer!
Where? I don't see a thing. There shouldn't be any sandbars around here.
Oh, press B to lower. Lower the camera, you mean put it away.
I saw one here last year, I swear.
All right, keep walking. Your dad's off sawing wood and your mom's nowhere around. Let's go shoot the Embershine flowers. They just started blooming.
Okay.
Grandpa, why does Mom keep going back to the city?
Because she's feeling down. It's like when you're upset. You want to be left alone too, right?
Then how do I make her happy?
Mom really doesn't want to be
Take some
around.
good photos with me.
God.
That'll cheer her up.
That's
What
fucking
makes a photo
sad.
You have to care. When you care, the picture knows.
But I care about everyone.
But first, you gotta learn how to use the camera. Come on.
Then I want to be a photographer too, just like you.
Your dad'll have a fit.
I'll take pictures of all of you. Then Mom won't keep running off to the city.
God damn. Get a little heavy-handed with it.
Keep
Then
your
Mom
voice
will
down.
want to run off to the
That's it,
city.
little shutterbug. Line it up. Now, press the shutter on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Sandbar deer. I can't remember where this photo went anymore. Much like my childhood. Wow. Are you crying yet? You should be crying by now. If you're not crying yet, well, yeah, man, you got no heart. You got no feelings. You should be crying right about now.
What you saw just now was my childhood. Back then, my parents fought a lot, so Grandpa was the one who raised me. He'd take me out with the camera, always saying the mountains were a kingdom. But to me...
Being with him made things feel less sad. I could always find something to enjoy on my own.
And then, time started to fly. Over the years, my hometown changed little by little. The village changed, so did the people. In the end, it didn't feel like home anymore. So I decided to become a photographer, just like Grandpa. Took my camera and headed for the city to make a living.
It was hard, but I figured I could handle it.
With help from friends and years as an apprentice, I finally got a photography job. It was a good start, and I made some real friends along the way. A few years later, I even got married. Marriage, work, it all came together. For once, I felt like a grown-up. But just as I was starting to settle in, my wife left.
Maybe being on my own isn't so bad.
I was down for a while, but after some time I figured, it's fine. I still had my job and coworkers who really looked out for me. The work was routine and it was all I had, but that was its own kind of peace.
Did she leave for the city too?
The company shut down. I stood there as the doors came down.
Great.
10 years of work gone like nothing.
Fucking hell, man. It's like, my parents didn't love me. My wife ended up not loving me for too long. My job disappeared. Like, wow, what a great game. I knew I'd get through all this. Let's be super optimistic and positive, huh? I knew I'd get through all
Eventually, I pulled money with some friends and opened a cafe.
Oh, food
Even
service.
held
That's
the occasional photography talk.
It's a good business.
Didn't want to rely on anyone
Reliable.
anymore. I thought maybe this time things would finally turn around. But a few years in, the cafe folded too.
Fuck's sake, man. I guess that's just how it goes sometimes.
Looking back, I'm not even sure what I was hoping for when I came to the city. Feels like I can't remember anymore. Now, I'm 40. Grandpa's funeral is in a few days. I thought about when I told him I wanted to be a photographer.
Fuck's sake.
Holy
moly.
Before heading home for the service, I sold the camera that had been with me for decades. I used to think if I could just capture it with my camera,
crying,
maybe
the game
things I cared about would stay. But eventually I realized no matter what you capture,
nothing deserves to disappear.
Nothing deserves to disappear. That's how I see it now.
Wow. Lost his wife, lost his parents, lost his job twice, and the only person that ever loved him, Grandpa, is now dead, and he's 40. Fucking awesome. Let's go. All right, and that's where you start the game. This is where the game starts, right there.
Hey, where'd this cash come from? You really sold your camera?
Relax. Your rent's more than covered.
Hey, don't use this for rent. That camera means too much to you. You don't get it. You're my best friend. I don't need this money.
Hal, I'm done taking photos. Don't let me keep owing you.
But you're so good at it. Please, use it to make money.
Make money?
The cafe was great too. You just had bad luck.
Doesn't matter. The place is gone.
Oh, it was a photo cafe? What the
money's
fuck
in your
does that even
mailbox,
mean?
Okay? Just go get your camera back.
Hey, I can't keep owing you.
Take the gift, bud.
No one ever listens.
Take the gift. I still have to burn that into Katie and myself sometimes, like, accept a gift. Don't feel like you don't deserve it. It makes the person giving the gift feel stupid for giving you one. But whatever you do,
do not redeem! Do not redeem the card!
all right, let's recall past experience. What the fuck? Oh, this is the visual novel part. Oh, okay. This is all the stuff that I've already read. They've already said this out loud. Okay. So I started the drive home. Through the windshield, I could see our mountain in the distance, still there, like always. I have no memories and no visions. Wait, look in the mirror.
It's so foggy.
Okay. Whoa. And now I'm dead.
What's with all this fog?
Just to cap it all off, I'm now dead. Oh, there we go. Observation, it's been empty since the divorce. AC that works half the time and never really gets cold. I keep the windows open in summer.
Dad? Yeah, I'm on the road right now.
Oh, Dad's still alive. That's good.
The funeral's in 2 days.
I'll get a ticket if I go any faster. Have you gotten any rest?
Is your wife coming?
Why would she? We've been divorced for years.
You never treated her right.
I mean, I can't even reach her if I... Forget it. I'll be there by tonight.
Afternoon.
Fucking
But
God
I just
damn,
left.
dude.
Besides, Grandpa's been missing for decades. Why rush now? Hello?
Love you too, Pop. Talk to you later.
Has lifted the typhoon warning. Several roads remain affected. Next, road conditions as of 6 p.m. Rock slides have been reported on Route 7 through Silver Mountain. Cleanup expected by morning. Drivers are advised to proceed with caution. Rock slides have been reported on Route 7 through Silver Mountain. Cleanup
Shut up.
Oh, okay. And now he has hospital bills he can't afford because he lives in America.
Nothing ever goes right.
Maybe.
I used to be so excited about the future. Couldn't wait to grow up. Now I just want to scream at my younger self.
Give up on your dream. Life is a pile of garbage. Or don't become a grown-up like me. Which one is the more positive choice? Okay. Don't become a grown-up like me.
Don't become a grown-up like me. If only someone could have heard me.
Well, life's a piece of shit. When you look at it,
Nisa, Tonko, Heka, Rasa, Hauti, Wapeta, Vehi, Marin, Koa,
Toyota.
Nosa, Tonanson Zubumen.
Hakuna Matata. Oh my wamo. Shinderu. Choose how you like to experience story. I want to see for myself. Let me choose how I play. Wait, what? You miss some things along the way, but that's part of the experience, just like life. Full guidance will be available to you, but you're free to choose when to use it. So this one has like, you know, I'm guessing pop-ups on the UI to tell you like, you can take a picture here. Yeah. All right, let's do the top one. Experience life. You may miss some things along the way, but that's part of the experience, just like life. You gotta miss some things, like some bad stuff. I mean, give the dude a break.
Open.
No shit.
What the hell?
So I straight up got isekai. Look at the damage. Will insurance cover it? I don't know, bro. Raised when even the tunnel's wind was golden, when home and the mountain were one. And you were always on my mind, the seer in my eyes, footsteps in the mountain. What's this thing doing here? Those bits on the statue, are they seeds? I got some dried seeds. I remember these from when I was a kid. Seeds from the Embershine, a flower that grows in the mountains. What are they doing here?
Why are there seeds here? This is getting weird. Wait a minute, where's my phone?
Let's open
It's
my bag.
Gone. And the keys too? Ugh,
dude.
Why did everything just disappear?
When they said, where's my phone? And I pressed the button, I heard a and I'm like, oh, my phone's in the bag. Nope. At that exact moment, Katie sent me a message. Let's see what that message is. Oh, it's an Instagram thing. Okay.
Guess I should have a look around here.
Yeah, let's have a look. Okay. Won't start at all. Why? Where's my fucking phone?
Hello? Huh. Where did everyone go? Gotta get out of here.
Emergency exit sign. I seriously don't have a phone, huh? Okay. Oh, outfits. You can change your outfit, apparently. Speed limit signs turned into some strange symbol. Strange. Why is there a mural in the tunnel? I'm getting more seeds, I guess. Okay.
Why am I back here again?
Not exactly. Not the same statue. Just over 12 and a half years. Crazy friend, looking forward to you streaming at 100 years.
Just over 12 and a half years. Crazy friend. Looking forward to you streaming at 100 years.
Hell yeah,
Promise
man.
me you will never die.
I won't, I promise. Never ever. Why is this metal bowl lying here? The design looks familiar somehow, but there's no way. Ah, phone box. Nothing but static. This isn't gonna help. I should keep looking around.
Damn it, looks the same everywhere. How do I get home?
I don't, please just, can you, there you go. Okay.
Did the lights go out up ahead? Oh, better stay away.
Butterfly! Oh, what's this? Feel the wind, touch the water, see the land, and sacred fire. Feel the wind, touch the water, see the land, sacred fire.
The road. What's with the fog?
Okay.
Hey! Hey, you hear me? You okay? Are you hurt? Hold on to me and don't let go.
Hurry. It's coming.
Dude, she is tripping balls.
What is that thing?
Go. Hurry. Straight ahead.
Why the hell is there a forest?
There's a path. Just go.
Hey, what's that thing chasing us?
What do you think?
I don't know! This is my first demon!
Sure there's a path?
Up ahead. Right between the trees. Careful. There's a drop.
All right, get ready. 3, 2, 1.
Fuck, I'm Spider-Man. Well, turns out white men can jump.
Where are we? Didn't I reach the tunnel exit? Have I seen this before?
I don't know. Dustland Field Notes. Look closely, follow your photos, and you won't get lost. I have no idea what the words in this weather notebook mean, but they might be the key to understanding where I am. Used to uncover the truth of the Dusklands. These symbols feel familiar. These are my findings from years of research. I hope they will guide me to the god at the summit.
How are these words appearing like this?
I don't know.
Huh. One guides another, moving ever onward. What does that mean? Never mind. I should find a way out. Huh? What's that?
Another butterfly. Butterflies are good. I think. Tool for brewing medicine. Feels like I've seen them before. Yeah, you've probably seen a kettle before. Charred seeds and petals inside. An old bed weathered by time and stained by piss.
I gotta get home for the funeral. Is this the way out?
Yeah, let's head up the
If
stairs.
this is a dream, please just let me wake up. I remember stepping into the light, and there was a kid.
You got the good ending. Think it through. As I drove, the fog grew thicker, the way it always did near the mountain back home. Inside a tunnel, I lost focus and hit a strange statue. The car broke down, and the tunnel started to feel off. But as I looked for a way out, I ran into a girl. Before I knew it, a black creature appeared. I carried the creature, carried the girl on my back and fled the tunnel. When I leapt out of the tunnel, the landing nearly knocked me out. In the darkness, I remembered a flame I'd seen inside. It felt familiar but sad. It was... piece of my soul, beginning of a journey, flame from deep within me. Some kind of metaphor for life. Just something meaningless. Okay. Let's do the beginning of a journey. Sure. Yes, way. Yahweh.
Where the hell am I now? Where'd that kid go?
Raised with when golden petals dance in the wind. Chasing deer, you led me through the mountains. Chasing forests, you led me through the mountains. The seer in my eyes, eyes unwilling to forget. Sure. Okay. Hey, you. How's things? Did you wake up on a weird hospital bed in the middle of nowhere? With a tea kettle and some herbs?
You alright?
That's what happened to me.
Thanks for warning me about that black thing chasing us.
Shade. I think that thing's called Shade.
You know what that thing is?
That's all I know.
Actually,
about
that's a
it.
common misconception. It's pronounced Sade. And she did Smooth Operator.
What else do you know?
That's it.
Alright, she's acting suspicious. Press her on it. Let's find out more about her.
Your parents?
No idea.
Your name? It's fine. You don't have to tell me. Do you know where we are then?
Because apparently your nose and mouth disappear.
Huh? What about it?
I need to go up there. That's where my home is.
Well, hope you're not planning to walk there. Anyway, wherever this is, we should get moving. Before that black thing comes chasing us again. Can you walk? I'll carry you.
You're gonna take me home?
Let's get out of here first.
Then, never mind. That chase was dangerous. What if you drop me?
Oh, I want to leave her behind. But I can't just leave her here because that's the interesting choice. Why am I doing this?
Hey, put me down.
You put her down. It's called consent, bro.
Can't just leave you like this. Just tell me where we're going later.
I did. You just won't listen.
Either way, we should get out of here. I'll get you somewhere safe first.
Let me just gently kidnap you.
This guy's weird.
And an
but
Amber
I can barely
Alert.
walk, so whatever. He looks worried about me, but won't say it. So we keep walking down the trail, and I start feeling better. But I'll let him carry me. For some reason, he feels kind of familiar.
Okay.
Well, you can take me there if you really want to, since it does look kind of far anyway.
Whatever.
Whatever.
So, how did you end up here? Did you run into something?
Whatever.
Hey, I'm carrying you. Talk to me.
Didn't ask you to.
But built in the golden fall when the mountains were only between you and me, back when I could still see far, and you were waiting to be seen. The seer in my eyes, antlers at your side.
It has a camera.
Yeah. I do too, but I don't know how to take it out yet. I guess I'll get a tutorial on that, I'm guessing. These symbols look familiar. Okay, so this is a little bit like, oh, what's that language game? It was all like pastels and cell shading. I really liked it. Yeah, Chance of Sonar, thank you. Okay. MS Paint? No. Not quite.
Alright, I'll go first then. My name's Eugene. I was on my way to my grandfather's funeral, drove into a statue, and here I am.
This mural looks ancient. And every time I look at something new, I gather seeds.
It was called Viewpoint. We also did photo salons.
You did photo what?
Just a thing.
I'm not going to go into detail. It's too hard to explain to a child. Just a
Your
thing.
turn now. Your name and how you got here?
I really don't know.
Hey, I told you my story, so now you...
Look!
That deer has my camera! Eyes shut become eyes lost. Eyes lost become eyes found. That's some fortune cookie shit right there.
Nice. He's got an old Prisma G1.
Huh. Looks like he wants you to have it.
What? A deer that size could crush me.
It's coming!
Damn it. What the...
It what?
Hey,
oh, I'm fucking coming.
Prisma camera, a popular camera before things went digital, known for its great value, was widely used in news and documentary work. One of Grandpa's favorite cameras.
Is the deer asking for a photo?
As if a deer would.
Use the camera and show me if you know how to really look.
Jesus Christ!
What the?
That deer! Oh, that's too big! That deer is too big!
How about this spot? You can get the whole deer in the frame.
What about the deer hole?
Slow down. You look like you're about to trip. Hey now, don't block my shot.
As if I would.
Actually, why don't you get in? Go. Come on, in you go. Here's another thing. I was also a photojournalist. People paid me to take their photos.
Huh? What are those?
Someone who takes photos for the news. They don't write. Come on.
I'm in the shot now.
Come closer then. Closer.
Could you hurry up, please? I have a prior engagement. Could you just take the picture, please?
Wait, what? Lower my camera? I don't want to put my camera away. What the fuck? Take the picture. I guess there's nothing I can do. Okay.
Hey, can't you?
You done?
I'm gonna shoot. Don't block the deer.
I'm not.
Oh, that's why. Now it's out of focus. Okay. Okay, so she won't appear in pictures then. The old Sambar's eyes had gone pale like an old man with cataracts. It reminded me of some things.
This is so unreal.
What about me?
You were outside the shot.
Why would what?
Hey,
Just tell
there's
her.
writing on it.
Ask her about it. Ask her why she can't have her photo taken.
Oh, the writing's on the photo now. Why can't I read this? Have I seen these symbols?
My bag's getting warm. Better switch to boxers. It's that notebook from before, so it wasn't a dream. Okay, let's open the field notes. What's this dust falling from the pages? Dust from the field notes. The fine dust found between the pages, glimmering with specks of gold. It drifts slowly toward the book, like someone's pulling it.
That name on the photo, Suta.
Try using A to record what you saw. He was carrying a Prisma, right? I don't want to get this wrong. He was carrying a Prisma, right? Yeah, okay. The ash somehow wrote my thoughts into the notebook. And now we back out.
So the deer wants to know if I really looked at him?
Okay. Yep, she is. Whoops. She is nowhere to be found. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll get your good side next time. I'm sorry. I promise. Oh my God, please don't antler me.
The child is a walker, fading from the shade's touch. If you wish to go back, first you must bring her home. Use the camera I gave you. Look carefully, and you'll find your way.
Did he just tell you something?
Yeah, he told me to, stay safe.
Whatever, liar.
I was gonna say, why the fuck am I lying?
Hey, you're the one not saying anything.
Cameras and girls, trinkets and baubles. Bathed in blood, or paid for in blood.
Stop asking. The deer really didn't say much.
Yeah. So can you see me now?
No luck. I really tried.
Whatever. Whoa, what's that?
What's what? Current location, Spiritwood, Woodworks Lane, 300 tree spans, fire trail, 300 tree spans, Malkuth Station. Okay, so that doesn't matter. I really hope I have unlimited film. I'm not just wasting it. Spiritwood Woodworks Factory. Lumber, tabletops, furniture, spirit sculptures, natural artisan crafts. Oops. The word spirit sculptures have been crossed out. Okay. The camera has durability. Don't you fucking say that, dude. Oh, I can fuck with the shutter speed? Oh, that worked. Okay, that was something. Abandoned factory sign. Sign says this was an old woodworking factory that specialized in spirit sculptures, probably for shrines. But it seems that the part of the business dried up with demand. It's a common story these days. Shutter speed, fuck, man. It's been a long time since I even fucked with a film camera, but like shutter speed, I think allows more light in. So if you want to capture something that's darker, you lower the shutter speed so it allows more light to bleed into the picture. I don't fucking know, man. More light, but more blur. There you go.
Why is there a factory here?
Raised 7 falls after you left. I carved how you looked when you were beside me. Not because I miss you, the seer in my eyes, horns unable to admit. The fuck are you fucking babbling about, dude? Seer statue. Raised by when I 25. Spiritwood Furniture Series, Redwood Chair, Redwood Table. Production halted due to shade. Okay. 3 falls after meeting the seer. Factory opens for business. 8 falls after meeting the seer. First shade encounter. Factory untouched. 13 falls after meeting the seer. Second shade encounter. Factory partially shut down. 14 falls after meeting the seer. Third shade encounter. Factory shut down. 16 falls. Transferred to Spirit Development Bureau for redevelopment. See, I really don't know what I'm supposed to take pictures of or not. I'm just guessing. Timeline covers the factory's history and its encounters with shade. By the end, the whole place was in ruins. The strange part is how they record time. Why is it always in relation to meeting the seer?
Hey, check out this fireplace. It's so weird.
Sacred Fire Bowl. Present photo wishes to see. With your right hand, hold the photo over the flame, then turn clockwise. In the Dustlands, we cannot speak, but we can see.
What does that mean?
I don't know, bro! Should I ask a favor? Ask how to reach the mountain. First, understand the fire bowl. Show a photo. Show this one. Damn, wrong one. Not this one. Maybe it needs to match. Looks like Ash from the Notebook. Flew from the photo as a touch of flame. Okay. Let me capture what the fire is asking for.
see words in the fire. First, understand the fireball. So if the fire's watching, maybe it wants a photo of the fireball?
Like with the deer. How did you know?
Who knows? Maybe the fireball is an eye of some kind.
Would it know the way to the mountain?
We can try asking.
Okay. Weird indeed.
You're weirder if you ask me.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are, vampire kid. Sacred fireball. The swirling pattern on the fireball looks almost like an eye or the blades of an aperture. It brings back some memories. Good. This is where it starts. Hand-drawn map. There's something almost mythical about the way it's drawn. With its winding path towards the distant mountains, the title in the corner, Dusklands, might be the name of this place. Offer seed to ask how to take better photos. Camera supplies, lens cleaning kit. A clean lens is a clear mind. That's something my photography mentor, Morris, always said. I remember he'd spend more time preparing the camera than using it. Oh, okay. So I got another cleaning kit. Okay. Take a moment to watch the flame. Is that a carving in the dark? Watch the fire with this carving. Words are forming in the fire. Listen, the seer left his toys scattered on the ground. The seer used to play on top of the stacked wood at the factory. His toys on the ground. Play on top of the stacked wood of the factory. Okay. Something in the fire. A map?
I'm not sure I feel good trusting this map. Looks like this is where we are.
Hey, is that a map? Let me see.
I just said that, dummy!
Look, that should be the mountain we're heading to.
Wait, that's a cabin.
And the train here goes to a city at the bottom of the mountain. Just need to find the station.
That's if we can find it.
Of course we can!
Spiritwood Spirits Collection defected damage. 50% off clearance, discounted, no restocks. Maybe I should get a shot of these sculptures. Yeah, I know. I should get a shot of everything, probably. Finely carved animals scattered on the ground. He used to carve things like that, these at home when I was a kid, but after what happened, he stopped. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. They're the same thing. So that's the fire, that's okay. Okay. Curious animal carving is standing on the workbench. Well, let's fucking capture it then. Workbench. A beautiful ox carving sits on the workbench. He was almost always at the factory when I was a kid, so I'd sneak over to watch them do their thing. Then one day they just stopped carving animals and switched to furniture. I never learned why. Spiritwood Woodworks, Dust Mountain Redwood, hand detailed, natural oil finish, clearance stock, 60% off. Okay. Old wooden couch. We used to have something like this at home when I was a kid and sleep in it all day because the wood felt nice and cool. We sold it after some things happened. Some things happened. Back then, the ox had not yet met the seer, but the deer guided him and taught him how to work with wood. Completed 12 falls before meeting the seer. Ox carving story 1 of 3. I can tell from the description there's some connection between the ox, the seer, and the deer. It seems the deer taught the ox to carve long ago. Crafts are often passed down like that in the real world too. The ox had not yet met the seer, but with the deer's help, his craft grew rich. The spirits at the foot of the mountain opened a woodworks factory, and in time, the ox became its master. Completed 7 falls before meeting the seer. I mean, this is really cool, but it's a lot. Seems like the ox was in charge of the factory, and all these carvings are his work. It must have taken him years to get here. That kind of persistence reminds me of someone. Back then, the ox had not yet met the seer, but he met the fish, who came to the ox seeking refuge. The fish loved the ox's work, and he was overjoyed. Completed 1 fall before meeting the seer. Sure. The description mentions a fish from far away who is drawn to his work and way of life. I'm sure any artist would be happy to meet someone like that. The last part says he'd meet the seer 1 fall later. Wonder who the seer is. Thought I heard fire somewhere. Look at how I ended up here. Okay, I will show you a photo. And that photo will be... this one? I don't know. How's that one? Getting clearer, I can almost see it. Okay, so I feed him all 3 from the story. Still a lot you don't know. Yeah, no shit. Blind Spot Magazine, issue something. The Lost Woodworks, formed from the ashes of a sacred fire, feels like it could crumble at any moment. Complete the game with a full understanding of the spirit to uncover their secrets. Permanent unlock. Okay. Since you looked, might as well know more. Ashen Dust Ox. The ash carries a faint glimmer and the smell of burnt embershine. Okay. Have this bag. Use it if you want. Cosmetic Ox Buddy. A little pack shaped like an ox. The fireball says it'll keep us safe. If she's wearing it, would it even show up? Maybe be hidden in certain cutscenes. Permanent unlock. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, words are okay. That was it. Words are for me. I can't click on anything else. So I've shown him everything that I can show him so far. Something about that might be worth a closer look. Press A to further examine certain items. As I breathe in the ashes, I hear a faint voice. Those carvings? Yeah, I remember telling him. The boy was always asking questions back then. I said the animal carvings were containers that our fathers called totems. When a sacred fire casts their shadows, ancient souls can come through the shapes as shadows of ash. Even I almost forgot all this. The voice continues as it slowly fades away. Okay. I'm wearing the outfit now. Or someone is. Dust Mountain Redwood Premium Dust Mountain Concession Zone. So this is the last day of chat voting on the games, right, Zeke? Right? It's not a bad game. It's just a lot. Abandoned logs. It looks just like we had on the mountain back then. The wood grain was popular with collectors, and a whole wood carving industry grew around it. No, I'm not following kind of what's happening, and I'm kind of guessing what they want from me, and trying to figure it out as we go. Due to recurring shade activity, Spiritwood Woodworks factory is now closed. All factory operations are hereby suspended as of today. We'll give this another half an hour. We'll switch games if it, you know, we'll give it a little more time. Give it a little more time. Spiritwood Woodworks closure notice. A factory closure notice reminds me of when his factory shut down. He was hurting more than anyone, but never explained why it happened. I just yelled at him. I didn't understand how he could say, if it's better for everyone, that's all that matters. Due to shade attacks, factory is scheduled to remove this fall. This site will be transferred to the Spirit Development Bureau. Thank you for your cooperation. It honestly just seems like, oh, the lens is pretty dirty. Okay. Okay. So that's what I need the lens cleaning kits for. Should I take a photo of this? Oh, you mean like you've been taking a photo of everything else? Sure. Why not? Wonder what these symbols are. Maybe I should write them down. Something familiar about these symbols. Something stirring in the field notes. These seem related to the symbol on those stones. Press X to check your photos of rune stones. Yeah, see? Okay. So A is like that symbol, huh? It's this guy. Six is that guy, the little like curve with a leaf on it. Okay. Nope. This. Right? Pretty sure? Yeah. And then the little swirly with a droplet colored in is M. Oh, this right here. Okay. There we go. Looks like we got, yeah, A, 6, and M. Should I? Why not? We've been taking a photo of fucking everything so far. Never seen imagery like this. I wonder what it's saying. All these murals. Are these murals tied to the place? Something stirring in the field notes again. Okay. You don't tell the story of an ancient land. Fleeing the flood, the Golden Seer climbed to the top of the sacred mountain, pleaded for help. Frr answered, bringing the spirits above the clouds beyond the fog. But Frr could not see through the fog and was no longer able to watch over the lands below. Translated by Frr in the Golden Fall. Wow. Okay. What are you doing?
Hey, quick question.
Nice backpack.
Are you a walker?
Slim Killington with 95 months. Thank you, Slim. Also, Disruptive Goblin. Thank you for the 61. I missed you.
Why are you just standing there? Oh, that's just how it goes sometimes.
What now?
Well, I don't live on that mountain.
Don't need you.
I'm just saying, I doubt anyone lives up there.
Okay.
Let's turn back.
My home's up there.
I really don't think your home's on that mountain.
If you wish to go back, first you must bring her home.
Never mind.
Thanks,
Let's
dear.
Look around.
Crap, we need to get out of here. Can't leave the kid here. Who knows what that I might do? No.
You two.
Oh shit, he's gonna talk now.
You hear my voice. Tell me, who am I? I can't see myself anymore. I'm being crushed, fading. I can't even remember my own name.
Maybe I can help you see yourself.
I think he wants a photo, like the deer.
What?
You
Really?
should take one and show it
The
to
one
him,
thing I
Joey.
can do? Well, let's
My
do
name's
it.
Eugene. Get it right.
Too hard.
No, it isn't. It's just Eugene. Sheesh.
Fine, Eugene. Help him.
Really?
Being crushed, fading. I can't even remember my own name.
I can't believe the size of this eye. I can't believe the size of this eye.
There we
Not
go.
a bad shot, but am I really seeing him?
I don't know. You can tell these eyes used to shine, but now the light's gone out. I wonder if this is the photo he was hoping for. I fucking don't know, man.
Your photo. I can't see it clearly.
So do I need to like go up somewhere and do it?
Might get a better shot if we go
Yeah,
somewhere
there you
higher.
go. There we go. Okay.
Wonder how big he is. Feels like we should go higher to see.
I got it. I'm doing it. Thanks, lady.
Are they gonna tear this place down?
Dude, shut up. In accordance with the Spirit Development Bureau and Dustland Development Act, Spiritwood Woodworks is scheduled for closure to prevent further shade attacks. How big he is?
Oh, that's too big.
He's too big.
Wow, the wind up here feels great.
That's way too big. That's way too big.
Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, it's a bull.
This one should do it.
Or an ox, yeah. A proud and towering ox now buried under an abandoned factory. The deep grooves on his horns, weathered by time, remind me of someone's hands. Grandpa's hands
That was a nice shot.
were strong and shit. They did some cowboy stuff. Grandpa's hands.
Looks like you actually are a photographer.
Bitch, shut up.
This is a good one. You want to show it to him?
Stryer giving a sub to Huge Dixon Cider. Fuck me. I'm huge.
Great. Why'd we do this?
You there. My name showed up in that photo of yours. Are you the seer? What happened to you?
No.
You better not be, or else I'd beat you into the dirt! That selfish punk ran off to the Nameless City!
Now you're hiding?
What's the Nameless City?
Greatest city in the land. An ancient place with no name. Where are you from? This is the Dusklands, where shade touches everything. Shadows cast by the Great Flow, dragging us toward the Night Waters.
Does this building make me look fat?
That's what it really is. The man with a finding eye.
That's me.
I once lived with him for a while.
Wait, my grandpa?
Tell me, where do you think the seer should go? You saved me. Anything I can do for you?
Isn't too happy with your answer.
Can you move out of the way? You're blocking our way to the mountain.
Hey, manners.
You are going up the mountain? To see Nosa? That place is shrouded in fog and full of shade. Only a seer would dare go. Others stay away. Tell me, who are you?
She's just passing through. Name's Eugene.
What an odd name. And the little one?
She forgot.
Can't remember. She must be fading. You'll just get lost up there. Hey, is that finding eye just for show or what? Take her photo, like you did for me.
I tried, but I can't see her.
Ridiculous. I'll move so you can get through. But before you head up, go to the Nameless City. Get the seer to photograph her. It'll stop the fading.
Okay, seer, photograph the girl.
Tell him I said.
Motherfucker! Oh. And just like that, he was gone. That was cool. That was a cool little part. I like that.
I'm not taking you to some nameless city. I'm just checking the place out.
Yeah, how nice of you. So this is the station. Whoa, what is that?
I remembered a name. I will take a look. He seemed blank when talking about the seer. Seemed angry. His body blocked the way to the mountain. The way to the station? The station, right? Yeah, okay. Also, one of the complaints that I saw on the Steam forums is they don't let you go back and take pictures you missed. So they kind of move you, they kind of hustle you forward without telling you that's what's going to happen. So like if there was any more pictures I needed to take at the wood shop or whatever, I can't go back unless I start the game over again, which is kind of lame. Stop the Malkuth Station project. Protect our land. Protect our community. 4 falls after the Dark Flood. This poster shows 2 groups of spirits clashing over the station's construction. It reminds me of when they built the station and roads through our village for the factories. Some residents tried to push back, but it didn't last. Most people wanted progress, but not everyone could imagine what others might lose. The second game mode is probably the more suitable for completionists. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, yeah. Shade safety starts with you. Stay rested, stay hydrated, stay active. Be kind, be positive, believe in yourself. Well, that's a picture I want to get. Never mind. I didn't want to get that. Fuck that picture. It's stupid. Camera supplies. Extra album page. Albums in the Dustlands feel more like collections of ash. They look like albums, but the edges waver. Like memories about to disappear. Okay. Gave me another cleaning lens. Take a moment to watch the flame. Sure, why not? A new totem? Words are forming in the fire. Can't stop thinking about that stupid seer with his bag leaving for the city. Might as well grab a book from the rack while waiting for the stupid seer. Wait, what was the first one? Bag and book. Okay. Even if we see things differently, I'll always be on your side. You got that from that picture? From that stupid drawing? A charming doodle of 2 spirits. Whoever they were, they must have had eyes only for each other. For some reason, looking at it makes me a little sad.
You starting to feel any of that fading?
No idea what the ox is talking about.
Raised 2 falls after we first met, when the leaves were green and the mountains still clear, and you wanted only to leave the Seer Maya's graceful tale.
What about the mountain? Remember anything?
Just that there's a city, and some seer who might help me.
Okay. Establishing the Shadow Age. 3 falls after the Dark Flood, commissioned by the Spirit Development Bureau to safeguard those threatened by shade and guide every journey toward a future beyond its reach. Wow, that means so very little. Okay, what if I got it? What if I went around here? I got a better picture of it, like the whole thing. Nope. Okay. The mirror looks ancient. Observation. Magazine on the rack. The flower on the cover seems familiar. Ambershine special issue. I used to pick up whatever was on the rack while waiting for the train. No one reads like that anymore. There's a magazine here with the golden flowers on the cover. These flowers used to be everywhere back home, and once the trains started running, people came from all over to see them. They even made it into a few magazine specials. Never seen imagery like this. I can barely make it out. I don't know if that's right or not. I hate it. Holy fuck, there's so many. Oh my god. City being swallowed by black waves. Prophecies for turning away from him. Shows him holding something like a camera. Oh, there we go. Okay, the text will appear if I get it right. Okay. Mira has no writing, so I decided to continue the story myself. Among them, one was known above the rest, a wandering spirit who carried a finding eye. Some believed he was descended from the Golden Seer and he had power to push back to the shade. They called him the Shadow Seer, yet even he brought no word of victory. Translated by in the Shadowed Fall. Now, do I have to remove that other one that I put there? Yeah, let's remove it. Okay, I just gotta put a different one there. All right, cool. Oh, and there's a new translation stone. Okay. F equals squiggle. That thing. Okay, let's find that. F equals that guy? Yep, okay. And then P equals meteor. This. There you go. Yeah, that looks right. Oops, oh shit. You're right, I was on E. There we go. Delete this. How do I delete this? Motherfuck. All right, and W equals that thing. There we go. Okay. That one's erroneous. Just gotta remember that, I guess. Okay, that's it. F, P, and W. Yep. All right, cool. Is it X? Was it X to delete? No, X brings up this, the rune stones. Yeah, that sucks that I can't erase it. Oh well. All right. I think that's good. We gave it a good shot, and it's chill, and it's got really cool parts, but it's just wandering around taking pictures and stuff, and not a lot happens. It's like, you know, lots of chill with like moments of like, oh, that is a huge bull or ox. Okay, back to taking pictures, I guess. And it's hard to follow the story because you don't know what the fuck's going on for the first, you know, however long you play it. So, all right, that was Prison Peak. What'd you guys vote for next? Let's see. Looks like 51 redacted the safe house. is going to be the next game we play. Let's take that off the list. Okay. Wait, not that. Reset the poll. There we go. All right, poll has been reset. Got to go vote again. So those that are here make the decisions. And where are you? There you are. $4. Hell yeah. Whatever it is, it's only $4, so I'm glad. All right, let's get her purchased, get her installed there. Less than a gig. Nice. Redacted. Oh, I need more than that. Redacted the safe house. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, let's grab that. Copy. Paste. Okay. All right. You're a detective. Investigate the haunting events surrounding the murder of Ann Peterson and her boyfriend. Explore an old safe house for clues, deduce keywords, and reveal redacted words as you search Ann's digital journal and piece together your case report as this unfortunate story unfolds. This one came out 9 days ago, developed and published by Heart Beast. It's $3.99. Let's fire it up, biatch. I think the demo was in the station. You learn a little bit of what the fuck is happening at the end of it. Oh, okay. Okay. That would have been nice. All right. What are my settings? Full screen. Sure. That's it? Okay, cool. Not a lot of settings. Welcome to Redacted Safe House. Immerse yourself in the narrative. Understanding Ann's story is your most reliable path forward. For the best experience, use headphones. Control WASD. Oh, yep. Interact is left click. Tab for inventory, pause, escape. Look, mouse, crouch, control. Got it. Yeah. Double homicide. I'm assigning you to the case. Forensics already processed the crime scene. And it's the Peterson girl and her boyfriend. I'm sorry, Reed, we tried. To what? The safe house address is 35 West Highway 87. Search her computer. She kept a journal and it might help us piece together what happened. Also, her therapist is missing. So no big loss there. Watch your back, Reed. This one doesn't add up. Thanks for the heads up, Chief. I'll head over now and take a look. Wow, mouse sensitivity. Yeah, pump that shit up. Yep, you can pump it up even more for me. Thank you. How are we doing? Oh, that's much better. Small abandoned handgun. And I want to leave it now. Okay. Frozen steak. Well, I don't need to dig it, right? Frozen ham. Got an apple, some ketchup, some milk, cheese, takeout, mustard, eggs. Grocery list. Ketchup, red apples. Didn't get garlic. Bread, tomatoes, pasta noodles. Okay. Fork, knife, spoon, okay. Pasta spoon, spatula, tongs, okay. And pot. Okay. Hunting knife. A hunting knife with blood on the blade. Do I keep it? Looks like I can keep the rest of the shit. Oh. Miner better take that. Reminder to self, don't forget to tell Marcus about the red jacket you saw on TV. Okay. I'm wondering if there's like a place I should like start storing shit. Phone charger. Okay. New voicemail from Josh. Enter password. Okay. So we gotta get the password eventually. Don't forget to fill out the case report before you leave by pressing tab and clicking the case report icon, Chief. Okay. Okay. So that's the end result there. Salt, pepper, paper towels, canned food, pistachios, plastic containers. Okay. Just your regular run-of-the-mill shit. Small bathroom mirror that doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Your own faint silhouette reflects back at you. Oh, look at me. That's me right there. I look like Sir Ian McKellen when he's trying to go incognito as Magneto. I didn't realize that was going to be so rhymey. Bedroom. Wait, what is it? Bedroom door is locked, huh? Okay. The bottom drawer on the display cabinet won't close all the way. Oh, no, grab that. There you go. A pair of beautiful diamond earrings. The gemstones sparkle in the soft lamplight. And I saw these earrings and thought of you, Marcus. Dear Josh, I don't know if I'll ever see you again, but I still love you. Anne. Josh, be my boyfriend again, please. Josh, here are 5 reasons I love you, since 5 is your favorite number. You're a cute smile. You're smart. You buy me gifts. I miss you. I love you. Okay. At least you're honest. Use this to keep a daily journal. Will help you process what you've been through, Marcus. Wait a minute, Marcus? Just, oh, Marcus is a therapist. Right, Marcus is a therapist. Right. Okay. So, let me just start writing shit down here. We've got Anne. We've got Josh. Marcus. Girlfriend, boyfriend, therapist. Okay. Here are 5 reasons I love you, Zeke. Your smart ass mouth. Your big bear hugs. I love you. I love you, don't leave. I won't let you leave. God, that sounds super familiar. Remember to ask Marcus for more computer memory. Okay. Josh. Ask Marcus to clean the creepy spider web in the corner. 5. Okay. An empty RAM slot. Okay. No, okay. I wasn't sure if that would be it. Well, I mean, okay. Sure. All right, 317. I witnessed a murder. That's what my therapist tells me anyway. Not enough memory, showing 3 of 4 results. Oh, that's that one. Witness protection sucks. No school, no friends, no texting my boyfriend. The marshals took my phone. My life is literally over thanks to a dumb murder. The real victim is in all this is me. Sure. I have 0 memories of the murder. What's wrong with me? Blank says it's normal to block traumatic memories, but he gets paid to say that. Oh, requires 5 reveal level. Oh, I'm at reveal level 3. Okay. So I only get 3 results because the memory is so low. Okay, okay. The safe house is old. My grandpa would be right at home here. There's a safe room with a keypad. Blank, my therapist, hid the code from me as he typed it in. I counted the beeps though, 10. Blank can be awkward, but his awkwardness is cute and disarming. I opened the front door to let him in for our first therapy session, and he just stood there in his leather jacket until I invited him in. Marcus, yep. Okay, so it automatically reveals all the Marcuses. Okay. Marcus has a phone. It's not a smartphone or anything, but it can text. A text from Blank right now would help me feel less lonely. Okay, so I need a level 10 reveal. Okay. I'm starting to see how this is. Okay. Josh. That's Josh. Okay. Marcus asked if he could show me some photos from the crime scene. He didn't want to show me the victim, which worries me. There were pictures of the surrounding trees and grass and a nearby bench with blood on it. I guess it went down in a blank. None of the pictures helped me remember. The blank was familiar because Blank and I had our first kiss there. The blank was on my mind again this morning, and another memory came back, a flashback of Blank breaking up with me. What a terrible thing to remember. I've been lying on my bed and haven't left the room. There was a knock on my door, and Marcus asked if I was okay. My crying must have been loud enough for him to hear. It was sweet of him to ask. I don't want to remember anymore. It's not like I have a boyfriend to go back to. New entry unlocked, +1 reveal level. Oh, every time I get a new one. Okay, I see. Okay. Code. Why the code to the safe room is being withheld from the witness is a mystery to me. Last night I caught a glimpse of the first part of the code. It's bleh. There you go, Josh. Okay, so it keeps track of the ones that are redacted still. That's fucking nice. Okay. The middle digits of the safe room door code are blank. Did the police do that on purpose? Okay. Nope. Anne. My tombstone will read, Ann Peterson, killed by boredom. Luckily, Marcus helps me keep me company. Therapy isn't the only time he hangs out with me now. He's so different from Josh, more mature. He told me I'm really mature for my age. Ugh, I was hoping that wasn't gonna go there, but it's going there. Ugh. All right. I can reveal something at level 12. Not that. There we go. First part of the code. 244. Okay. That requires 22 level. Okay. Oh, so there's 20 or 31 things to 31 entries to see. Okay. Let's try digits. There we go. Sending text to Josh is my best hope of getting out of here. The phone is the key. Marcus is keeping it in the safe room. I just need the last few digits of the code. Okay. There we go. Necklace. Can I look at something like, geez, I was trying to quote Zeke in the interview he did, but I got it wrong and now I just look creepy. You're younger than you look. No, you're right. That's exactly what I said. You're younger than you look. Oh, I can, oh wait, hold on a second. I can put shit in that display cabinet. Well, obviously I can't. Okay. I can't put shit like this in there though, which is weird, but I can put anything I find in like here. Like I can put that shit. Yeah, I can put take all this and put it in my inventory. Oh, there, but now I can look closer. Okay. That's what I want to do for that necklace. I didn't see the... Just a red crystal necklace, that's it, okay. Oh my god, it's the fucking fan. I was like, what is that noise? An old charger for a burner phone. Oh, I can just inspect it by clicking on it. Okay. I feel like Morrowind or Skyrim or Oblivion right now, just grabbing shit and like, okay, this cupboard is mine. I'm gonna put all kinds. I'm just gonna put everything I find in there. Okay. So I'm guessing that's Anne's body. That's Josh's, the boyfriend's body. And there's possibly the murder weapon. Ketchup, red apples, garlic, bread, tomatoes, pasta noodles. red apple, ketchup. Why is garlic crossed out? Anal rim? What? Anal rim is funny? It's funny. I agree. That is a bullet hole. Oh, the bullet hole from the kitchen goes all the way through to the bathroom. See, there's a bullet hole in the kitchen. Yep, right there. Goes straight through. That's a cool touch. Oh, the screw holding it in place is stuck tight. Okay. A spider jumped out from behind my keyboard last night and I screamed. Marcus ran in and when he saw it, he laughed at me. At least he killed it before he left. There we go. Therapy started today. I'm told it will help me remember what I saw. Unlikely. A chance to get my life back makes it worth a try. Therapy is supposed to help me remember, but apparently TV works better. I'm going to tell Marcus that I've replaced him. I was using the remote to flip through the 5 channels we have access to because there's literally nothing else to do in this awful safe house. And there was an ad for a red jacket. Oh, that's right, the red jacket. The image of the jacket jogged a memory from the day of the murder. I know I saw one that day. Was it the killer? Maybe this information will help the police solve the case and I can get my life back. Marcus can't get back soon enough. Red. Ooh, this is entry number 2. Yes, spiders are friends. Yes, do not kill spiders. Spiders are friends. My dreams are getting hard to handle. Memories with Josh get mixed up with images of a blank and a dead girl in a red jacket. Park. Okay. Memories with Josh get mixed up with images of a park and a dead girl in a red jacket. Her face is never visible, but there's blood on her forehead. The dream always ends the same way, with a spiral blank swinging in front of my face. My hands reach out to grab it, but they are covered in blood. I should probably tell Marcus about it. Oh, there's another new one. There we go. Marcus gave me another gift today, a necklace with a blood red crystal on it. He insisted on putting it on me. His hands lingered on my neck. How do I tell him I don't want any more gifts? Spiral pendant. Dream always ends the same with a spiral pendant swinging in front of my face. My hands reach out to grab, but they're covered in blood. Okay, we've already seen all the blood ones. Okay. There we go. Pendant. Yesterday, Marcus seemed fine with me taking a break from therapy sessions. Today, he's using his stupid pendant to pressure me to start again. Ah, the pendant. He hypnotized me to kill Marcus, or to kill Josh and myself, maybe? Marcus dropped his pendant while entering the safe room code. The distraction let me catch the last part. It's fucking 30. Shit. If all goes well, I'll be texting Josh my address tonight. Okay. So 22 and 30 for the code. Okay. One garlic entry, and it's number 1. I sent Marcus to the supermarket with a list of groceries. He got everything but garlic, claiming the store was out. I don't believe him. Okay. And it's April 1st. Oh, this is the 15th of the first entry. Oh, I see. It's a month. Oh, I was wondering why the days were out of order.
100.
And oh, there's repeat ones too. I'm smart. Heal Jolly, thank you for the 101 months, baby. There we go. Are you kidding me? The jacket was on the victim, not the killer. I finally remembered something, and it's completely useless information. All right, I have the middle one now. There we go. 911. All right. We're getting closer. There we go. There's a new one. 15th. I remember everything. Obviously, I can't write about it here. The police might read these. Nope. Nope. And I think I already... Yeah, that was the first one we started with, was murder. Nope. Nope. Oh, there's a new one. Memory. The 30th. I remembered something new. A hunting memory with Josh. He shot a deer with his rifle and started carving out the meat with a hunting knife. I know it's not important to the case, but maybe it's a sign to my other memories are coming back. Damn it. Yep. Yep. No gun, no rifle. No forgot. No forget. I've done Josh many, like Josh was one of the first ones. I did all the names first. Damn it. Oh, let's do park. We didn't do park yet. Okay, park. We got all the park ones. Nope. The phone. No, we got all phone. Okay, need level 30 for that. Oh, new boyfriend. There we go. Boyfriend got another hit. It's time to get my old boyfriend back and get away from Marcus and out of this safe house. Okay. Oh, charger. Nope. How about charge? Damn it. There we go. Address. There's a good one. The phone is in my hand. This is the last entry. The phone is in my hand. Josh already replied to my text. He asked for my address and seemed really eager to rescue me. Now that shit is out of the picture, I'm sure his love for me is even stronger. Maybe I will get out of this alive. Oh, maybe, what about Diamond? There we go, Diamond! I'm in the bathroom and I can't stop staring in the mirror. Marcus bought me a gift. 2 beautiful diamond earrings and a cute note. If you're reading this, I've hidden a note in the bathroom where Marcus can't find it. He never goes in there. There it is. Oh shit. My body won't stop shaking. I came to use the bathroom to get away from the pendant. I don't know if anyone will ever read this, but I don't feel safe here anymore. I need a screwdriver. I wonder if there's one in the safe room. There might be. Oh my god, the curtain did have a hole in it. Holy shit. Holy shit. The bullet hole came out here, went through there. Oh. Damn it. I'm at level 28, and for this one I need 30 and 33. Yep, okay. Oh, new one on bathroom. Marcus avoids the bathroom. It's like he's scared of something in there. That's weird, right? Nope. Now the kid's gonna, I can't take it. That's the fucking shit of it, Adam Ginger. Is like these items, I can't pick them up. Like the items in the drawers, I can take, but I can't take anything that's sitting on, like, out in the open. It's weird. Doesn't seem to be a faint silhouette reflects back at you. The one in the drawer? Oh, you mean like the butter knife? Sure. Try the butter knife. Why not? I guess I've used those to do screws before. Not a bad plan. Nope. Good idea, though, man. Good looking out. Okay, what else could... Not a pot, not a pan. Tongs, pasta spoon, spatula. I doubt it. This was what? Well, oh, pistachios, right? Okay. Just a bag of pistachios. Okay. No. Hmm. Oh, I can't even interact with a spider web. No. Yep. No, I don't see anything under the bed. Wait, what? You saw something that said hidden drawer? Or do you, maybe you saw middle drawer? Yeah, maybe middle. Yeah. It's an empty RAM slot. That would be helpful. If I got some more, if I found some more RAM to put in, if I could download more RAM, that'd be great. Yeah, there was a key in that drawer. Oh yeah, maybe do RAM. Nope. TV. Oh, must be greater than 2 characters. Okay. I already did memory. I did charger already. Gift, maybe. Oh, there's a new one. Nice. Level 30. This ancient computer was a gift from my therapist. Journaling my thoughts on it is supposed to help me process them, whatever that means. No internet access, so it's basically useless. Booyah. There it is. 223. Okay, 244-911-223 pound. We got it. We're in. Fucking go. All right. We're going to keep going with this. I got a code brown. Code brown on deck, so I'll be right back. Alrighty. Back and ready to go. This game is very fucking interesting. I am really enjoying this. This is a good mystery. Let's open up and see what's in the safe room. The art of hypnosis. Oh. Okay. Oh, unfinished note. Anne, could your heart embrace my affection as it once did, or does it still beat for another? Know this, Josh doesn't love you like I do. He might not love you at all. I hope you don't hate me, but I have to keep you here for your own protection. We both know what you've done. Testament of Blood. Lamentations of Cain. The science of echolocation. Hypnotic force. Bestiary of the Night Choir. Hypnotherapy. Trance work. Subconscious gate. EMDR and healing from trauma. Thanks, Heldon. 18th century Transylvania. A history of vampirism. Oh my god, the dude is a vampire? Der Vermis Mysterious. The Book of Nod. Chronicles of the Undying Courts. The Red Grimoire. Nocturnes of the Black Sun. Book of the Watchers. Sermons to the Thirsting Dead. On the Nature of Eternal Night. Crimson Genealogy. Man, I went through all those books and nothing popped out. No notes popped out of them, huh? All right. This notebook is a facade for my therapy sessions with Anne. I have to keep up pretenses. The police still think I can get a confession from her. They are right, but I want more time with her, and jail isn't the place for a beautiful young girl like her. She should be with me. The guilt over what Anne has done manifests as a darkness in her eyes. Her eyes are captivating. They draw me in. I don't want to see her suffer for this sin. Maybe I can make her forget. Yo, Bash City with the Prime sub.
Hail, Berserker.
Thank you so much. A few sessions with the pendant, and I was able to help Anne forget what happened in the park that day. It's for the best. I gave Anne some diamond earrings today. Her eyes went so wide she put them on, turned her head to show me. Her neck looks so graceful and delicate. Progress is being made with her affections. Josh is no longer the main topic of our sessions anyway, which is a bonus. If he knew what she'd done, he'd never forgive her. Her old life still calls to her. I've had to tell her she's not safe out there. She's only safe with me. I gave her another gift, a red crystal necklace. Its magical healing properties will help with her trauma. The pendant is less and less effective. Anne seems to have a resistance to it, and her memories are slowly returning. This time, the memory was Jessica's red jacket. Jessica? The fuck is Jessica? Anne's excitement at the prospect of returning to her old life was saddening. I had to explain to her that the red jacket was found on the victim, and that this memory wouldn't help the police identify the killer. These memories are dangerous for Anne. Josh came up in our session today. Anne remembered the breakup, still no mention of Jessica. I've tried and failed to erase her memories for a second time. Anne's actions during our sessions have become so strange. I believe her affections for me are waning. The other day she told me she needed to use the bathroom, but I think she just wanted to get out of the room. All my efforts to protect her will be wasted if she remembers what happened. I bought a flashlight just in case and hid it between the wall and the side of the bookshelf. Okay. Let's get that. Boom, dude. Oh, shit, yeah. There's the code for the phone. I think she remembered. The part came up again and she talked about it. She paused. Her eyes looked distant and her face went white. Was there anything more I could have done to prevent this? Anne asked if she could use my phone to message Josh one last goodbye. I had to remind her that contacting him could put them both in danger. She nodded and sulked back into her room. Is she going to try something later? I'm going to lock the cell phone in the safe room. If Anne manages to contact Josh and he's put 2 and 2 together, there's no telling what he'll do. I better keep the handgun with me at all times. Protecting Anne is a priority, whatever it takes. A mesmerizing pendant with a hypnotic spiral at the center. Oh, what's this? Sleeping bag, pillow, flashlight, burner phone charger, handgun. Memory stick. Screwdriver. Fuck yeah, let's go. Now we're starting to get shit. All right, let's put the RAM in there. There you go. All the results. Now you get all the results for everything. Remembering was supposed to fix things, but it made things worse. The memory of what happened in the park burns like a branding iron on the inside of my skull. I was just going to give Jessica a little scare to keep her away from Josh, you know? Just a little shove. I didn't mean to hurt her, but her head hit the bench. The corner was so sharp. Why would the city make a bench like that? There was so much blood. Why would the city make a bench like that? What have I done? Oh shit. Blank was the name of the victim. She was wearing the red jacket. She was dating Josh. Boom. Jessica. Marcus accidentally called me Jessica. I made a joke about him seeing other women, and his reaction scared me a little. His face went dark and his voice lost all its usual warmth. He asked me not to joke about that. Why would the name Jessica be so familiar to me? There you go. Boom! Oh my god. All the Jessicas. Was the name of the victim. She's wearing a red jacket. She was dating Josh. Now that Jessica's out of the picture, I'm sure his love for me is even stronger. Okay. Well, can I just do this? And just see 27 entries. Yep. Kind of, I mean, cheese in the system a little, maybe a little. Takeout sounded good to me, so I asked Marcus to get some. We sat down to eat, but there was no ketchup in the fridge. He drove all the way back to the store just to get some for me. I told Marcus about the dream today. He says my memories could be trying to come back, or it could be the way my brain is dealing with the trauma. He told me to stay positive and not to worry too much. My thoughts were jumbled when Marcus left today. He gave me a kiss. I should be over the moon. I was at first, but then he made a comment about us being together forever in this safe house. Who would want to stay here forever? Okay, so it didn't reveal that much, just 2 more. There's one. Boom. Marcus has a blank. Is that to protect me? A handgun. Yes, I've searched garlic, yeah. Another new one. Marcus has been carrying his handgun around more often. It's holstered under his leather jacket. I wonder what he's worried about. One left. How about and? Only 13. How about his? 8. Shit. Yeah, I've done Park. 3 of 3 results. Pendant 3 of 3. Only 2 results for handgun. Dream 2. Police only 3. No, you have to have 3 letters. Searches require 3 letters. No. Nope. Oh yeah, I haven't looked up vampire yet. Nothing. Nope, only 1 for Anne. I did Josh already. Yeah. Only 3 for blood. 1 for bench. Okay, last night I caught a glimpse of the first part of the code. Yesterday, Marcus seemed fine with me taking a break from my therapy sessions. Yesterday, Marcus seemed fine with me taking a break from my therapy sessions. Today he's using a stupid pendant to pressure me to start again. Break. A break from therapy sessions would be good. There it is. We got all of them now. All right, the story as it unfolded. This ancient computer was a gift from my therapist. Journaling my thoughts on it is supposed to help me process them, whatever that means. No internet access, so it's basically useless. Therapy started today. I'm told it will help me remember what I saw. Unlikely. A chance to get my life back makes it worth a try. I witnessed a murder. That's what my therapist tells me anyway. Witness protection sucks. No school, no friends, no texting my boyfriend. The marshals took my phone. My life is literally over thanks to a dumb murder. The real victim in all this is me. The safe house is old. My grandpa would be right at home here. There's a safe room with a keypad. Marcus, my therapist, hid the code for me as he typed it in. I counted the beeps though, 10. Why the code to the safe room is being withheld from the witness is a mystery to me. Marcus can be awkward, but his awkwardness is cute and disarming. I opened the front door to let him in our first therapy session, and he just stood there in his leather jacket until I invited him in. Marcus has a phone. It's not a smartphone or anything, but it can text. A text from Josh right now would help me feel less lonely. I have 0 memories of the murder. What's wrong with me? Marcus says it's normal to block traumatic memories, but he gets paid to say that. Therapy is supposed to help me remember, but apparently TV works better. I'm going to tell Marcus that I've replaced him. I was using the remote to flip through the 5 channels we have access to because there's literally nothing else to do in the safe house. And there was an ad for a red jacket. The image of the jacket jogged a memory from that day of the murder. I know I saw one that day. Was it the killer? Maybe this information will help the police solve the case and I can get my life back. Marcus can't get back soon enough. Are you kidding me? The jacket was on the victim, not the killer. I finally remembered something and it's completely useless information. Yes. Wait, what'd he say? I opened the front door and he just stood there. Vampire. Wow, nice. There we go. Are you kidding me? The jacket was on the victim, not the killer. I finally remembered something and it's completely useless information. Marcus asked if he could show me some photos from the crime scene. He didn't want to show me the victim, which worries me. There were pictures of the surrounding trees and grass and a nearby bench with blood on it. I guess it went down in a park. None of the pictures helped me remember. The park was familiar because Josh and I had our first kiss there. The park was on my mind again this morning, and another memory came back, a flashback of Josh breaking up with me. What a terrible thing to remember. I've been lying on my bed and haven't left the room. There was a knock on my door and Marcus asked if I was okay. My crying must have been loud enough for him to hear. It was sweet of him to ask. I don't want to remember anymore. It's not like I have a boyfriend to go back to. My tombstone will read, Ann Peterson killed by boredom. Luckily, Marcus helps keep me company. Therapy isn't the only time he hangs out with me now. He's so different from Josh, more mature. He told me I'm really mature for my age. Ugh. A spider jumped out from behind my keyboard last night and I screamed. Marcus ran in and when he saw it, he laughed at me. At least he killed it before he left. I remembered something new, a hunting memory with Josh. He shot a deer with his rifle and started carving out the meat with a hunting knife. I know it's not important to the case, but maybe it's a sign my other memories are coming back. Takeout sounded good to me, so I asked Marcus to get some. We sat down to eat, but there was no ketchup in the fridge. He drove all the way back to the store just to get some for me. I sent Marcus to the supermarket with a list of groceries. He got everything but garlic. Claiming the store was out. I don't believe him. Vampire shit, man. My dreams are getting hard to handle. Memories with Josh get mixed up with images of a park and a dead girl in a red jacket. Her face is never visible, but there's blood on her forehead. The dream always ends the same way, with a spiral pendant swinging in front of my face. My hands reach out to grab it, but they are covered in blood. I should probably tell Marcus about it. Marcus has a handgun. Is that to protect me? I told Marcus about the dream today. Oh my God, I know what happened. Josh came in. He found out that I killed his new girlfriend, stabbed the shit out of, Anne, found Anne here, stabbed the shit out of her for killing his girlfriend with on the park bench. He came over here, put the knife down. Marcus came in from behind him, shot him in the back, or whatever, back or front, but it went straight through him, through the wall, into the fucking shower curtain. Yeah, went straight through here, straight through there, and I can't see another hole. But and then Marcus took off. Marcus lived and left, and he's a vampire. We have not used the code for the phone yet. No, I'm just finishing this up. All right, where was I? There we go. I'm in the bathroom and I can't stop staring at the mirror. Marcus bought me a gift, 2 beautiful diamond earrings and a cute note. Marcus avoids the bathroom. It's like he's scared of something in there. That's weird, right? Mirrors. My thoughts were jumbled when Marcus left today. He gave me a kiss. I should be over the moon. I was at first, but then he made a commitment or a comment about us being together forever in this safe house. Who would want to stay here forever? Marcus accidentally called me Jessica. I made a joke about him seeing other women and his reaction scared me a little. His face went dark. His voice lost all usual warmth. He asked me not to joke about that. Why would the name Jessica be so familiar to me? Marcus gave me another gift today, a necklace with a blood red crystal on it. He insisted on putting it on me. His hands lingered on my neck. How do I tell him I don't want any more gifts? Marcus has been carrying his handgun around more often. It's holstered under his leather jacket. I wonder what he's worried about. Jessica was the name of the victim. She was wearing the red jacket. She was dating Josh. It's time to get my old boyfriend back and get away from Marcus and out of this safe house. If you're reading this, I've hidden a note in the bathroom where Marcus can't find it. He never goes in there. I remember everything. Obviously, I can't write about it. The police might read these. Last night, I caught a glimpse of the code. A break from a therapy session would do be good. Marcus seemed fine with me taking a break from therapy sessions. Today, he's using his stupid pendant to pressure me to start again. Middle digits. Yeah. Okay. Sending a text to Josh is my best hope of getting out of here. The phone is key. Marcus is keeping it in the safe room. I just need to get the last few digits of the code. Marcus dropped his pendant while entering the safe room code. The distraction let me catch the last part. It's 223. If all goes well, I'll be texting Josh my address tonight. The phone is in my hand. Josh already replied to my text. He asked for my address and seemed really eager to rescue me. Now that Jessica's out of the picture, I'm sure his love for me is even stronger. Maybe I will get out of this alive. So she knows what happened, and she's like, fuck it. I'll still try to get Josh. All right. 59344 pound.
You have one unheard message. First unheard message.
Well, I guess this is it. I'm gonna die. Bleeding out on this cold kitchen tile. Is there no justice in this world? No. And so I turned to revenge. Jessica was the kindest person I've known. Her death was the ultimate injustice. I love her. I still do.
End of message.
Yeah. That's my contention, is that Josh came here and killed Anne, and while he was lamenting or doing something, he put his hunting knife down that killed her. And then Marcus came in, shot him with this gun in the back, or in the front, whatever. And the bullet went through there and through the bathroom and blah, blah, blah. And then Marcus disappeared. Marcus is gone. So that's what I think happened. And then he turned into a bat and flew off. Yeah, exactly. All right, so now... Oh, we do the case report. Oh, I can put my notes there. Oh, wow. I didn't think about that. Oh, okay. Case report. Josh killed Anne in the living room. The police placed... Oh, wait, no. No. This is the first crime. The first crime is Anne killed Jessica in the park. Police placed Anne in witness protection. The police signed Marcus to be Anne's therapist. Okay. Marcus used a pendant to make Anne forget everything. Anne started to remember and wanted to leave witness protection to be with Josh. Anne stole a phone and texted Josh the address to the safe house. Upon receiving the text, Josh became angry. He realized that Anne had killed Jessica. Josh brought a hunting knife to the safe house and stabbed Anne in the living room. He went to the kitchen and was shot by Marcus with a handgun. Marcus fled the safe house and was never seen again. All answers correct. Report completed. And that's GG. Is that GG? Oh, there's slightly more to it. Oh, here comes Marcus. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Marcus is gonna come busting through the fence. Oh, there's blood on the ground here. Okay, hold on. Before we go in the car door. I don't know whose blood that would be. How do I get out of here? How did I drive in? Oh. This wasn't here when I arrived. Uh-huh. Oh, I can't go back in. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just get in the car door and see what happens. Oh, he even has the... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Marcus' journal has been unlocked on the main menu. Nice. Now that wasn't a bad jump scare. I was wondering what was going to happen, but good job, Benjamin Anderson and Charlie Anderson. Good job, guys. Nice work. That was a fun little fucking game. Oh shit. Marcus has a searchable notebook. My first therapy session was today. I'm having a panic attack. About once a week right now. My mom tells me that therapy is really expensive and wants to know how it's going. I try to keep the topic on my anxieties, but it's easy to get talking about other things. Blank doesn't seem to mind. She just listens and asks questions now and then. My thoughts and words come and go freely around her. The main topic in therapy today was blank blank. Seemed even more interested than usual. Why would she be more interested in my crush than in my anxiety? She asked me how I feel about blank, and all I could say was that I like spending time with her. Blank encouraged me to ask blank on a date. I don't know if I can do that. What if she says no? Would I have to stop eating lunch with her? What the fuck? Oh, this is... Wait, what were the dates of the other journal? Or the other computer thing? Because this is June. I know that one was April. So this is after all that? Oh, 2005. These are from 1991. Okay, so those were from 2005. This is 1991. Okay. The school announced a blank for next Friday. A blank isn't as big of a deal as a date, right? If she says no, we can still be friends. There we go. I told Arena about the blank and my desire to ask blank. She seemed excited and encouraged me to do it. She even gave me some ideas. Okay, so oh, my therapist is named Irina. She's surprisingly tall, maybe even taller than me. Huh. Nope. Nope. Just one on the crush. There we go. Just give me one new one. There you go. I sat next to blank during lunch. Her clothes don't look like other girls, and they make fun of her for it. I don't think her family has very much money. In common, I split my mom's homemade chocolate chip cookie and gave blank half. Her eyes brightened. She wrapped her arms around me for a hug. I don't remember the last time someone hugged me. A small warmth started to spread through my chest. Oh, there were 7 results? Oh, I don't have enough RAM. Yeah, I don't have enough RAM for the other results. Nope, I can't scroll it. Nope. Oh, journal. There we go. Oh, this is my last journal entry. In therapy, Irina told me how sorry she was to hear about Emma. Okay, Emma's one. She seemed genuinely sorry, but it followed, sorry about stop this. The words stung, but what if she's right? What if I could have stopped this? And she told me that even though I couldn't save Emma, I could still get justice for her. I guess the blank released her father from custody today because there wasn't enough evidence to convict him. If I'm going to take Irina up on her offer, okay. There was a new girl at school. She moved here from Colorado. She noticed me staring at her, but she just smiled back. Her name is Emma Haslam. Nope. Oh, police was a good one. There you go. Irina called me today and told me that the blank can't help Emma because she won't talk to them. They did check on the family, didn't see any evidence of abuse. Okay, those are level 15s. 12, okay. 12, okay. Irina called me today and told me that the blank can't help Emma because she won't talk to them. They did a check on the family and didn't see any evidence of abuse. The school announced a blank for next Friday. A blank isn't as big of okay, hold on. I already read that one. I told Irina about the blank and my desire to ask Emma. She seemed excited and encouraged me to do it. She even gave me some ideas on how to ask her. I don't think okay. There we go. Irina called me today and told me that the police, I'm guessing the police, can't help Emma because she won't talk to them. They did a check on the family, didn't see any evidence of abuse. And I already looked up dance. Yeah, I looked up dance, and I can't reveal it yet because I'm not level 12 yet. Sorry, was okay. Hold on. You didn't click on the police ones? I can't click on it. I'm not level 15 yet. Oh, more entries. Idiot. Right, gotcha. Sorry, my bad. Emma wasn't at school today. What if I made things worse by getting the police involved? The therapy session today made me feel strange. Irina told me that Emma was still in serious danger and that the blank... Okay, hold on. Okay. Case I made responsible was worried her my arm flinch. Okay, I want to read these all in orders because we're gonna have to read them again anyways. There we go. The dance. The dance has been revealed. Dance magic dance? No. Oh. No. Oh, Dad, there we go. My parents just brought me into their room for a talk. There was a long, drawn-out silence before my dad finally broke it. He told me Emma is dead and her father is in custody. I had a panic attack right in front of them. It's been an hour since they told me, and now I feel numb. Numb, not dumb. Numb. Nope. Ooh, panic. There we go. Drop-off was successful but awkward. Her parents were yelling at each other inside the house. I just rang the doorbell and ran. Hopefully she sees the note. Time to wait for her answer, whatever it may be. My hands are shaking from the nerves, but my anxiety feels better somehow. Why is that? I haven't had a single panic attack since meeting Emma. Maybe this was the right focus for my session all along. Last night I had a dream that Emma and I were dancing again. Suddenly the sky filled with storm clouds and a harsh wind ripped the shawl from her shoulders. They were covered in black and blue bruises. I woke up and had a panic attack. I had to tell someone. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Been 5 days since the dance and my anxiety for Emma is growing. It takes up so much space in my head that sometimes there doesn't seem to be any room for anything else. I hadn't noticed before, but she's always wearing either a long sleeve shirt or a sweater. Oh, there we go. Bruise. The dance was super fun, but I'm worried about Emma. She had this shawl thing that went with her dress, and it was beautiful on her. But at one point during the night, it fell off her shoulders and quickly saw a dark bruise. She quickly covered it up again, and I turned my head away. The bruise worries me, but what worries me more is that she was trying to hide it. Why would she hide it? Why is it? What does this have to do with Marcus? There's got to be something in there about vampirism or something, right? Oh, there's a night one. New one for night. I could barely sleep at all last night, but when I got to school this morning, Emma was sitting in her chair next to mine. The sight of her smiling and waving at me overfilled me with relief. Then I noticed she was wearing a turtleneck sweater. Garlic? Mirror. No. Sweater. Report. Eternal. Blood. Hunger. Nope. Injury. Nope. Pale. Nope. Oh, I'm at 18. I can unlock stuff. You're right. Yep. Okay. There we go. I can unlock police. Almost. We almost have one here. We need level 20 for that. Danger. Nope. Hide. Hiding. Nope. All right, what's this? Oh, I already did dance, but yeah, we have, okay. Okay. Drop off. Note. There we go. There's a note. She said, yes, she passed me a note during social studies. Just 2 more days until Friday. Today? No. Ah, damn it. Yeah, the note was like asking her to dance. Yep. Nope. Damn it. Oh, there we go. House. Perfect. House is 13. Keep it simple. And now I got a new reveal to get. Keep it simple. Flowers with a card. My budget is low, so I'm going to a thrift store to get a vase, and I'll pick up some flowers from the field next to my house. I can drop them off on her front porch this afternoon. And now we can reveal Immortal. The therapy session today made me feel strange. Irina told me that Emma was still in serious danger and that the police weren't doing anything to protect her. She said that saving Emma was up to me. She paused for a second and very quietly told me that there was a way to make both Emma and me immortal. Yeah, immortal. The face I made in response must have worried her because she reached out and touched my arm. My arm flinched away and I told her I wasn't interested. She said that was fine, but told me all our discussions in therapy should remain confidential. Just the one. Damn it. I already did death. Yeah, nothing for death. Entry 21. 5 days since the dance, and my anxiety for Emma is growing. It takes up so much space in my head that sometimes it doesn't seem to remember anything else. Hadn't noticed before, but she's always wearing either a long sleeve shirt or a sweater. Is she hiding more bruises? Last night, I had a dream that Emma and I were dancing again. Nope. Bitter bite. Nope. 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 I already did, I looked up vampire. Dream. There's a good one. Booyah, 24. I told Irina about my dream and what I've noticed about Emma. Irina promised to contact the authorities. Did I do the right thing? Got to school this morning. Emma was sitting in her chair. I already looked up danger. Oh. Suck! No, suck's not there. Already did bruise. Authorities? Nope. Oh, I've done Irina a few times. We only got 2 left to find here. Was still in serious danger, weren't doing anything to protect her. Done blood, done father, dad. Yeah, I've done those. Mother. Way? Sure, why not? Yeah, confidential. The 27th is, I could barely sleep at all last night, but when I got to school this morning, Emma was sitting in her chair next to mine. The sight of her smiling and waving me over filled me with relief, but then I noticed she was wearing a turtleneck sweater. Done police, yep. Nope. 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 Clancy Guy with 68 months. Thank you, Clancy Guy. I appreciate it. Oh, Bash City, brand new sub. I missed you, Bash City. Thank you for the prime sub.
Hey, Oberziger.
Sorry, that was like 40 minutes ago. I apologize, dude. God damn it. We are so close. We just need 2 entries and we're done. 23rd. Last night I had a dream that Emma and I were dancing again. And the 21st is 5 days since the dance and my anxiety for Emma is growing. Long sleeve shirt. What about shirt? No. class. Think. Oh, I thought that might be it. Yeah, long sleeve. Nope. Okay. Try just numbers. Must be 2 characters or longer. Or must be longer than 2 characters. Sorry. No. Wait, Irina told me she was sorry to hear about Emma. Emma is dead and her father is in custody. Oh my God. If you could just type the date in, that'd be so fucking silly. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no. Gun. Oh, panic attack. Yeah, panic attack. "21 again. It's been 5 days since the dance, and my anxiety for Emma is growing. It takes up so much of my space in my head that sometimes there doesn't seem to be room for anything else. I hadn't noticed before, but she's always wearing either a long sleeve sweater or a long sleeve shirt or a sweater. Is she hiding more bruises?" Okay. Dad. Father. Yep. Killed? Nope. There's tomorrow. Yesterday. Yeah. Oh, asked. There it is. Hey-oh, asked. Give me one. Emma's face was caked with makeup today. It shone in light like plastic. She usually doesn't wear makeup at all. I asked her if she was okay. Her head turned away from me, and she said she was fine. Negritis with 103. Thank you, Negritis. So we got the last one. Emma was sitting in her chair next to mine, the sight of her smiling. So this is when she died, was on the 28th. Yep, I tried die. News. Cover. Fear. Gun. Bullet. Passed. Oh, passed, yeah. Okay. I already tried funeral. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on. Well, was still in serious danger. So she's alive here. Was still in serious danger. The police weren't doing anything to protect her. Said saving Emma was up to me. She paused for a second and very quietly told me that there was a way to make both Emma and me immortal. Yeah, immortal. The face I made in response must have worried her because she reached out and touched my arm. My arm flinched away and I told her I wasn't interested. Said that was fine, but told me in discussion to remain confidential, right? And then my parents broke it and tell me she's dead. So she died on the 30th. But something happened After I saw her at school and she was smiling and waving, and then my therapy session. So something here. No. Lost. Nope. I tried absent. I tried missing. Plastic? Why plastic? Oh, because her makeup's shown like plastic. Right. Okay. I did Immortal as soon as I found it. Only one entry. C. Nope. Protect. Protection. Blame. I've done beat. Her. Yeah, her 14 results, but I can only search through 3 of them. Because I don't have the RAM for it. Hit. No. Yep, there's 3 of 16 results. But I can't scroll down. Fight. No. Assault. Assaulted. Nope. Absent. Nope. Discussion. God damn it, dude. Numb. One for numb. Sorry to hear about Emma. She seemed genuinely sorry, but this is the last journal entry. Word stung, but what if she's right? What if I could have stopped this? Then she told me that even though I couldn't save Emma, I could still get justice for her. I guess the police released her father from custody today because there wasn't enough evidence to convict him. I'm going to take Irina up on her offer. Okay. So I asked her to bite me, and then I go kill the father. Right. Fucking goddamn it! There's got to be one word here. Yeah, we tried that a bunch of times. Yeah, one justice. Called. Call. Oh, I hate leaving this like this, but I just want to snag the last one and call it a win. I should have stopped. This took me half an hour, goddammit. I tried called and call. Milk? Why milk? Yep, I tried phone and call. 3 of 4 results for next. Yeah, they're only giving me 3 of them. I've done sweater. Nope. It's going to be like one little sentence is going to be like fucking all the words. Coma. I've done shirt. Kiss. No. Hospital. Happy. Hope. Okay. Doctor, nope. School. 3 of 4 results. Yep, 626. The fourth one is probably the one we need right here. We can only search 3. Fuck. Announce. No. Yep, tried that. Tried skipped. Proof. I tried home. Oh, fuck. Tried evidence. God damn it. Oh, it wouldn't be there anyways because they skip over 21 to 29. They skip over, so it's not there. It's not there. Haha. Already tried that one, yep. Nope. Custody, nope. Good idea, though. Yep, we tried today, tried black. Shout. Run. Away. Oh, damn it. No. All right. I'm ready to look this up and switch games. I'm ready to look it up if anybody like actually knows the answer or knows something we can look up. Drunk. Forever. Sex. Out. Nope. Gone. Nope. Shawl? Oh, wow. I didn't think Shawl was going to bring up anything. Tip. I tried kiss. Yep. Cops. Cop. Witness. Tried it. Yep. Flower. Date. Nope. Tear. Tears. Noise. Sounding. Gift. Oops. Live. Life. Pain. Jesus Christ, man. I thought someone was going to look it up. No one looked it up. All right. It's not, I don't know how long this game's been out, but I'm going to Google it. Let's see. Oh, you try to look it up, but you can't actually find it? Okay, you can't find anything? Yeah, too niche of a game. Not even on the Steam forums? Nope, not chest. Not park. Anger. Angry. Nope. Strangled. Strangle. Bedroom. Head. Nope, not Anne. This is way before Anne. Worry. Oh, worry! We tried worried, but not worry. There we go. Okay, so what did we miss? About Emma, I'm probably... Okay, my dreams were about Emma again. I'm probably blowing this whole situation up in my mind anyway. That's what anxiety is, right? Making a small worry into a big deal. There. Okay, so we got the whole story now. We're good. Bingo. And that tells the story of like, all right, I couldn't protect her from her dad, so I'm going to be a vampire now. A vampire fucking therapist. No. Anxiety. We tried anxiety. 3 of 4 results. The 4th one is off the thing. Yeah. That's why a lot of those ones didn't come into play, because there were 3 instances of those words before the 28th. That's why it was so hard to get that. Yeah. Okay. We did it. Good game. Good job. Really fun. I hope they make more of those, because I would play the shit out of those. Every time they would come out, I'd be happy to play one. All right, what are we going to play next? It's pretty close between Ground Zero and A Rat's Quest. It is tied now. I'll give you the next minute or two. You know what? I'll give you... There you go. To the end of this song. Give you 1 more minute to vote. And it might be the last game of the day. We'll see, though. We'll see. No, that was really good. Yeah, I'm really pleased with that. And it was, I mean, a fun little short adventure. Really, what I really liked about it was how fast like you could search super fast, and it wasn't like you had to like look through a video every time. Everything went very quickly. So that was cool. Redacted the Safe House is the name of that game. Oh shit, we got a fucking ad break, so might as well wait till the ad's done. No FMV, I am unsubscribing. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I won't vote. All right, Super, you don't have to vote. If you're cool with whatever, that's fine. No, the game command works. Sometimes it takes an extra second. Usually I'm not into these kind of games. That was awesome. I like these kind of games. The game I was playing before, I'm almost done with it, but I keep going back to it every once in a while, is, where is it? Oh, the Confidential Killings. That's all the game is. They give you like murder scenes, and then they say like blank did blank with a blank in the blank before blank called blank. That kind of shit. It's all that kind of stuff, and it's great. So I dig those kind of games. Yeah. Her Story. The Golden Idol games. I didn't ever get into the Root Trees, honestly. I didn't even give it a chance, I don't think, Schreier. I don't know that I played it. I think I might have played it on a demo and it was just too dense. All right, let's refresh one more time. And the winner is oh wow. God damn, it's close though. But let's do some Ground Zero. Since I said that I would refresh it one more time. Ground Zero it is. What is this? 1529? How much was the mouse game? Probably similar, right? $27 gigs for this shit? Fuck's sake, what? God damn.
Evan?
There's something on the road.
All right, what is this? It is fight through post-apocalyptic South Korea in this retro survival horror. Uncover the truth behind the devastating meteor impact that left the country in ruins and turned every living organism into a terrifying monstrosity. Fight, solve puzzles, upgrade gear, make every bullet count. This one came out 2 days ago, developed by Malformation Games, published by Quali. It is $16.99, but I think I got it for less because I got a package deal or something. Like a bundle. Oh yeah, I already had Crow Country, so they gave me a discount, $15.29. So if you have Crow Country, they'll give you $1.50 off or so. And it's, oh fuck, it's right, it's huge. So it's gonna take like a couple of minutes to download.
State your names for the record.
Chang Soyeon.
Confirm your mission objectives for the board.
At 7:52
How big is it?
July 26th,
Oh, that's too big. It's too big.
Aftershocks are reported around the country. Air quality is low and considered inhospitable. Lethal arms will be provided in case of hostile encounters.
Hostile encounters?
Am I gonna play Pragmata? Yeah, maybe after everybody's stopped. Everybody's done with it.
Black box data on the atmospheric conditions since impact.
What's the verdict on it? Is it like game of like top 10 of the year so far kind of situation, or just a decent game? Because I haven't heard bad things, but I haven't heard anybody go like, oh, it's the best thing ever.
Objective 3 is to clear out the radiation.
It's a good game, looks really good, short, decent. Okay, okay. Dan's liking it. Some folks are saying game of the year, really? Okay. Ko already finished it 5 times, did he? Of course he did. He 100%ed it the first time. He just wanted to finish it more times because he's Ko. Yeah, don't forget to wishlist Emberville. Ko voiced the little girl. Dude, I'm in. All right, we're at 81. It kicked you in the feels, Jingle? Okay. Okay. It's not that short. I'm guessing like, what, 13, 14 hours, probably? For a normal person, not for me, but for a normal playthrough. It's average length. Also comes down to if you want to collect everything or not. Oh, okay, okay. All right, let's fucking do this ground zero shit. Got my controller for the tanky controls. I'm ready to go. Oh, I said move the mouse. This game contains some elements that could be considered violent and disturbing. Well, I get the considered disturbing, but I think violence is pretty universal. Oh, photosensitivity warning. Choose your control scheme. Oh my God. Oh, yes. Modern controls or tank controls? Fuck that, dude. Oh, God. Oh, God. No, 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 no. Modern's fine. Modern's good for me. Modern's good. Nope, I'm good. Fuck you guys. Fuck all of you. You can play tank if you want to. Pony up the 15, 16 bucks to do it, and you can fucking do it yourself. Eat a dick. Real men play tank? Well, then I'm a little pissy girl. I don't give a shit what you call me. Wait. There we go. Sharpen picture. Posterize picture. Posterize? The fuck is posterize? Subtitles enable? Okay. Ooh. Classy outfit. Or a retro future outfit. Yeah, let's do that one. Let's do the retro future. Oh no, we're not gonna do that? We're gonna do the classic? The black thong up the butt? Okay, sure. No birthday outfit? Well, there's classic red jacket, galaxy suit, future police, See Yon's day off, service uniform, punk? That might be punk. Something jacket. Winter jacket. There you go. Winter jacket. And then this one, oh, Ghost. It looks like. Yeah. But obviously we don't have those outfits unlocked because we haven't played it yet. So let's do this. Let's go. Let's do easy. Fuck. Puzzle difficulty. That really makes me wonder, like, do you mean, like, is it gonna make less sense? Because a lot of times it means less sense. Okay.
The Transcontinental Union's military briefing is now in session. State your names for the record.
Chang Soyeon.
Evan Fielding.
Ranks.
Captain, 13th Special Mission Brigade.
Decapitation unit.
Correct.
Lieutenant C. Jairu.
Relevant skills.
Close quarters combat, excellent
unit?
weapons proficiency and marksmanship. Native Korean, fluent English.
Expert technician, mechanic, and medic. I speak English, French, and not really too much Korean, sir. But I can learn along the way.
Professionalism, Fielding.
Sorry, sir.
Confirm your mission objectives for the board clearly into the microphone.
At 7:52 a.m. on July 26th, a meteor with unusual signature struck Daejeon. Objective 1 is to travel to Busan and retrieve black box data on the atmospheric conditions since impact. Objective 2 is to travel to Daejeon and investigate the impact site. Objective 3 is to await instruction on how to clear out the radiation and other contaminants and coordinate appropriate evac.
DuPont, provide status report on the conditions in the hot zone.
Cloud cover around Daejeon has become denser over the last 48 hours. Visibility is low within a 200-kilometer radius of the impact site.
10 miles.
About 125 miles. Aftershocks are reported around the country. Air quality is low and considered inhospitable. Breathing apparatus
in freedom units, please.
We expect most life forms will be dead by now, but lethal arms will be provided in case of hostile encounters.
Hostile encounters?
Fragments of transmissions were received at the start of the impact that seemed to mention animal attacks. None have been received since the first 72 hours since the meteor hit.
We have no assurances of your safety for this mission. No backup will be provided. This is a classified mission at the highest level. Due to hostile conditions, we can't guarantee extraction after your objectives are complete.
Understood.
If it comes to that, we'll find our own way out. How hard could it be?
Second warning, Fielding. Land landing will be at 3
Yeah, they do.
a.m.
They use
local
clicks.
time on
Clicks mean
Gangjeong
kilometers,
Beach.
right?
Keep in touch with your respective commanders throughout your mission. We expect regular updates and a swift resolution.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
catastrophic meteor strike has wiped out South Korea, leaving it a dead and desolate wasteland. Little life remains. Something terrible has spread from the impact. Them cheeks. The mission is to uncover what might have survived the meteor strike, what it spread, and what threat it poses to the rest of the world. Malformation Games presents Ground Zero. And someone was asking, why is it so big? Why is the file so big? I think it's because like all the backgrounds and stuff, they're all like I don't know what pre-rendered means, but I think that's what's taking up the space. Or video files, yeah. The Chads with a big 9-2 resub. Thank you, Chads. I appreciate that.
Oh, that's too big.
The files are too big, Rambler. They're definitely too big. All right, here we go. Nope, we gotta talk some more first.
본부, 장대희입니다. 필딩 중위와 함께 해변에 착륙했습니다.
Oh, they're doing it straight up Korean.
정보를 더 얻고 다시 보고드리겠습니다.
We'll report back when we have more information.
You good?
I'm fine, thank you, Evan. I'll head to the lighthouse. You see if you can find a way to get the power on. The station should be just beyond the cliffs. Let's go. We've got no time to waste.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on there. Let's finalize our plan before you go charging off into, whatever's going on around here.
Okay, you see that building over there? That's Yeongdo Lighthouse. There's a black box in the tower that holds the meteorological data for the past 2 months. Air quality, toxicity levels, radiation. It should give HQ better insight into the state of the impact site.
All right, then. How do we do that?
The first step is to reach Kamcheon Village, then find a way up to the lighthouse from there. In the meantime, I could do with you getting the power working on the mainland.
Yeah? No problem. Let's see if I can also find a way to get the train line up and running from here to Daejeon. There should be enough power to get everything online. Beats walking 125 miles, eh?
Maybe it could help with evacuation. There could be survivors along the way.
Yeah, sure, Saoyun. I believe in miracles.
Do you see those growths there on the beach? Did your government brief you on any potential anomalies?
They haven't told me shit. Take this gun, fly to Korea, don't ask questions, good luck, Godspeed. That's just how Canada rolls.
Oh, he's Canadian.
You know something I don't?
Okay.
I'm not sure. There were rumors of strange distress calls shortly after the meteor hit, but interference from the dust cloud made it almost impossible to decipher the transmissions.
Well, that explains why we're here. So which way from here?
I think we should split up to cover more ground and see what we can learn about the incident. Straight ahead, you can follow the beach through the wrecked ships and up the trail. To the right is the Trainway Museum and Park, which connects to the town through the underground shuttle tunnel. The beach is likely quicker, but it might be a little more perilous. The museum might take longer, but it's easy to traverse.
Tough call. Both sound like a blast. You take your pick.
Oh, really? Okay. Also, if he's Canadian, that also begs the question why they want to switch it to miles. If they were talking to a Canadian board, military board or whatever, like, Canada uses kilometers and the metric system. I don't get it. Okay. Well, let's go to the amusement park. That sounds like fun.
I'll take the amusement park. There's no need to take unnecessary risks.
All right, then. You sure you don't want any backup? Safety in numbers and all that.
No, thank you. It'd be much quicker to do this in parallel. I'll check out those growths and keep you informed. Let me know when you reach the power station.
Well, okay, if you're sure. I guess I'll enjoy a nice stroll along the beach.
I need you to get there quickly. No time for sightseeing.
Yeah, all right, I know. This shit isn't gonna fix itself. I get it. I'll take my gun and myself this way. But seriously, if you need anything, give me a call.
Will do. All right, we're gonna start playing any minute now. Here we go. Okay, that's my flashlight. Inject serum, block attacks, execute down enemies with right trigger. Okay, auto aim, switch target, scan object, okay. So I'm honestly trying to break these boxes. Oh, okay. I guess they don't break. Oh, was there a run? Sprint is, oh, just B, okay. Press A to inspect your surroundings. Yes. Oh, there we go. It's a corpse. The body's covered in some kind of thick slime or mucus. That's a cool flashlight effect. Badly decomposed corpse features are almost unrecognizable. No, this. That's what I want. Will you take the pier gate key? Yes. Fuck off. Fucking inventory, man. Corpse badly decomposed, stench is near unbearable. Now. Okay, it goes away automatically. Thanks for that, at least. Oh, good. Okay. Decent map. Shows me where I am. That's great. Oh, yeah. How do I change what I'm equipped? Oh, probably from the inventory. Yep. I can already tell the fucking sound effects are gonna be way too loud. Yeah, okay. Those are not breakable boxes, even though they absolutely look like them. It's a telescope used for viewing faraway objects. Will you use it? Yes. The view of Yongdo Lighthouse and the Oceanside Hotel. growth has completely covered this area. Oh shit.
본부 장대희입니다.
We've encountered some strange organic matter all over the Gamchon beach and pier. From what I can tell, it appears to be feeding on the dead marine life that's washed up on the beach here.
생물을 먹고 자라는 것 같습니다. 다시 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
Please repeat. The connection is unstable. Hello, HQ. I didn't hear your message. Please repeat.
본부 수신을 듣지 못했습니다. 다시 말씀 부탁드립니다. 본부 수신을 이해할 수 없습니다.
HQ. I can't understand your message. Can you hear this? I'll contact you when I get further inland. The connection may be better there. Magnum ammo? Yes. Oh, is that what I have? Oh, that is Magnum ammo. Okay, okay. I just like that HQ is boom boom. Baby gotta go boom boom. No, I don't have to go to headquarters right now. Oh, press right bumper at any moment, any movement to dodge. Oh, holy. She's got a fucking dodge on her. The pier is obliterated. Oh shit, here we go. Will you take the safe cracking explosive? Sure. Yes. Oh my god, look at all these inventory items I will have no place for. Useful looking document here. Scanning with these with my wrist gadget will digitize and archive them in my inventory. My wristlo jackometer. Value customer, congratulations on your newly purchased Strictly Safe Model T36 Secure Item Storage Safe. Strictly Safe is the industry leader in safe and secure storage for your valuable items. Detailed below are some of the core features of your new purchase. Content Link. Our award-winning Content Link technologies mirrors and synchronizes the contents of all safes the user owns, allowing an individual to access their complete storage from multiple locations. Security. Your model features a state-of-the-art security system designed to keep the bad guys out. There we go. To disable security, a target value must be mathematically calculated using an exact number of button presses from left to right. Note that multiple solutions can exist for any given target value, and the safe will be unlocked as long as the target value is reached in the correct number of button presses. Mathematical operators are processed in the following order. First, times and division, last, pluses and minuses. Strictly Safe thanks you for your business and sincerely hopes that you enjoy your new state-of-the-art storage system. Xinjiang CEO, Strictly Safe Industries. Signal modulator memorandum. We think we finally developed a consistent method to transmit data to distant installations and settlements. Until now, the main problem has been that the intense amount of pollution and airborne debris makes traditional long-range communication methods impossible. Using a single modulator, which I just picked up, we were able to successfully transmit signals using short-range data uplink terminals. The modulator amplifies the intensity and range of the short-range signals, allowing them to pass through the atmospheric conditions and reach the destination intact. I bet this is just a long-winded way of saying this is how you save. The modified data uplink allows us to upload our data overseas for safekeeping, something that we have no doubt will strengthen our ground operations in the area and fortify our odds for survival. Though a modified data uplink terminal can be used indefinitely, the modulators are only able to enhance a single piece of equipment at a time. Therefore, to use a new data uplink terminal, you'll need to find a new signal modulator. Junwoo Park, Communications Engineer. Should be able to upload my mission data with my using my wrist gadget. It fucking absolutely is. Ink ribbons. Yeah, but lore though. Compute the target value using exactly 5 buttons. Target value 6. Nope. Nope. Back. Erase digit. There we go. Yo, Hoverbat with a gifted sub to Chillers. Thank you very much there, Hoverbat, and welcome back, Chillers. Wait, what the fuck is a bonus item? A healing? Oh, okay, what is in my inventory? Oh, small charges that can be inserted into a safe, detonating crucial elements on locking mechanism, bypassing its security. Okay. So in case I don't want to do math. Oh, is that on the other side of a fence? There it is. Yep. Take the antibody. Sure. It's a prop worm monster, just fake. Still pretty gross, though. There's nothing unusual. Really? There's nothing unusual, huh? Okay. Oh, they don't stack? Oh, fuck me. Experimental drug containing antibodies that provide slight immunity from biohazardous infections. I can use it with my medical syringe. Oh, okay, so this is their way of mixing stuff. I'm gonna need a key to activate it. What? Oh, I have the gift shop key. Attack with an equipped weapon while aiming with right trigger. Oh, while aiming, but with right trigger. Okay. A badly decomposed corpse. Okay. Okay, hold left trigger and A while aiming. Release at the right time for a critical shot. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, that's locked. Well, there goes all my inventory spaces. Oh, no, I got one. I got one left. Oh, there's the gift shop key. Okay, good. One more spot open. Oh, save the game. Nice. Simtech Genetics is proud to present this new line of medical serums, or medicinal serums. These concoctions have a variety of effects on the users, such as healing wounds and curing poison. Our serums are designed to be able to be inserted in the most standard medical syringes and then used to quickly apply medicine in the field with relative ease and effectiveness. This handbook serves as a guide to the different serums and their effects. Vitality Serum heals, restoring a small amount of user vitality. Fitness Booster rejuvenates and fortifies, restoring a small amount of stamina, slightly increased defense. Antibody cures infection and immunizes, providing a small amount of protection against infection. Serums can be used in combination with one another to enhance or modify their effects. Up to 3 serums can be inserted in the most standard grade syringes, allowing for many rations or ratios of serums that have unique effects. By applying the serums in different ratios, the fundamental effects of each of the serums can be enhanced or combined at the user's discretion. Our R&D team has recently uncovered evidence that suggests a large dose of a single color serum can even have physiological effects on the user's body as well, permanently improving their physical condition. Oh, permanently improving? Damn it! We believe the discovery could even set the foundation for potential treatments for common disease and other physical ailments. Damn it. If I'd have known that, I would have saved up for another blue. Uh-oh.
거기 누구 있습니까? 도움이 필요합니까? 군인입니다. 저는 여기에서
I'm here to help you. What's your name? Oh, okay.
움직이지 마세요.
That looks bad.
제가 도와드리러 왔습니다.
I'm here to help. Are you hurt?
괜찮습니까?
No, he looks fine.
저건 물러서세요. 경고합니다. 제 말 들립니까?
Authorized use deadly
저는 치명적인
force.
무력을 사용할 권한이 있습니다. 사용하게 만들지 마세요. 저는 도우려는 겁니다.
Oh, foot knife! Hell yeah!
이게 대체 뭐지?
Cao Yun! That plant thing! I saw it! It's doing something to the bodies here!
I've seen it too. A dog and...
A human?
Yes.
Oh my god! Are you safe now?
Oh my god!
I'm okay. Targets are neutralized.
So this thing can infect any dead bodies it finds? Humans, animals, everything?
Perhaps. But I don't think it's just puppeting these bodies. I think it's mutating them.
Yeah. God only knows what might be out there.
God only
Stay
knows
safe,
what
buddy.
might be out
Good luck.
there. Oh, LB to scan dead bodies. Okay. So you get little research points or some shit. The bumper cars key. Okay, got it. Research, yep. There you go. Jackpot! It doesn't look like there's auto aim, but... Wait, what? They're all dead. Bumper cars! There's the lock on. Oh, what's this? Is that a red one? Yeah! There you go. All right, now we'll put that one in the thing. Yeah, we got a blue, green, red. Those stack, so that's nice. Crits! Nope! Oh, I bet I can blow that up. Try now. Nope. There you go. Yes, ma'am. It's a game, Sam. There's no time to play. She said indignantly. Parry. Block damage at the last second to parry. Right bumper to counterattack after a successful parry. Oh. Just testing it out. And now we're gonna use the, wait. Oh, press down the right stick, okay. Oh, I'm good now. Oh, we good now. Yeah, dodge. No, I forgot to dodge. I wanted to work on the parry first. Haunted ghost train key. Yes, please. Oh, I didn't want to go in there, did I? Hold on, let me go back in. Oh, I think so. I think that's... That won't open. I like that she keeps those high knees going when she's jogging. No, wait a second. Look at that. You can see through the gate. There's something there. Aha! Okay. You just can't see it. It's hidden behind the bodies. Oh, that's gift shop. No, I don't want to go to gift shop. C3 for the assless chaps.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
Oh, yeah. Fucking coming. Oh, blood. It looks fresh. Oh, it's a haunted house. That's where I need to go. But first, let's stop off at the... Whoa! Stop off at the hot dog place. Get ourselves a nice snapping coney. What do they call it? Glizzies? Is that what it is? Glizzies? Is the name for another name for hot dogs? I don't know how to get this bonus item. I guess I used my mouse, but I couldn't get it with my I couldn't get it with my controller for some reason. Oh, left trigger. It says right fucking there. Left trigger, take the bonus item. Idiot. You know, that genome stuff, it attracts snakes. Okay, that's a painted on door. That's not a real door, it's a real fake door.
I could really go for a hot dog.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, now listen here, fixed camera. Okay, I thought there was a way in from the back, but there's not. Really go for a hot dog? Hot dog sounds good, man. Hot dog always sound good. I love hot dogs. I'm glad we picked the amusement park, man. This was a good choice. I see the door there. I'm gonna ignore it for a second. The girl completely blocked the path, except for that car that could absolutely go through that. I don't know how to duck or crouch. Nope. Fix camera. Let's go. No, yes, I will take the first aid kit. Oh, that first aid kit had a fucking booby trap in it. It's gonna call the zombies. Fuck! I should have never picked it up. It was a booberry trap. It was a booberry, a booby trap, a booberry trap. Thank you, Pete, or Cicely. Thank you, Cicely. What up, Boss Grand? Good afternoon to you. Well, that didn't work. He's the one that called the beep boot. He's the one that make beep ball that. He's the one that called the beep boot. He's gonna be your fucking time. Oh, should we go in the door first? Okay, good. The door won't open, it's busted. It must be super fun in these games to place the cameras like, oh, let's put the camera in the most unopportune spot so you can't see anything that's coming. And you can't really fire really well or, you know, aim at anything because it's all off screen. Let's put the camera there. That sounds like a fucking great idea. What's this? It's tightly sealed. Like my butthole. Oh, what's this? Oh, safe cracking explosive. Okay. Well, I heard a guy, but I definitely can't see him. Meanwhile, there's someone in chat that is completely reeling at your gall to question their artistic ability to place cameras for cinematic and emotional effect. Yeah, I am. Fuck you and your emotional effect. I played Devil May Cry last year and the camera angles are so terrible you can see everything except what you're supposed to see. This, on the other hand, is pure cinema. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. The game I like is awesome. The game that you like sucks ass. And I just resolved video game Twitter. Just summarized video game Twitter. Who wants some? No, I'm not gonna dodge or parry. I'm gonna shoot. By the way, how am I doing on bullets? 18 of them? Okay. 16 of them? Nothing of interest. Yep, not that guy. Whatever you do. Okay, so only 3 bullets. They only take 3. In easy mode, at least. Oh my god, I'm rotating the train. Nope, not that way. There you go. That's where we want it. Before we go in there. Oh, that's just a, oh, okay. I thought that was a doorway. Nope, that's just a bright light. Nice. Top down. Beautiful angles. Hey! Okay. I'm just seeing if that'll eventually kill them or not. Ah, I gotta hit it though. Doesn't look like it. I don't think it will. I think it's just a pushback, yeah. Fully restore the user's health. Okay. Oh, wait, how am I doing? I'm in yellow, but that is there? Do you see a number anywhere? No. Max vitality 100, but it doesn't tell me like if I'm at anything. Whatever I'm at, I'm in the yellow. I'm in caution. Whoever was on this computer received an email. I can use my scanner to read it. Email between friends. I don't know if it's gonna reach you, but I don't know what else to try. My phone's busted, the power's gradually going out across the city, the phone lines are all down, things are getting scary. It's getting harder to breathe every minute. I've been hiding in the underground part of the train museum. The air down here is a little better than on the surface, but all that dust and stuff seems to be seeping in down here too. My eyes and throat hurt so bad. We're getting these creepy blobs everywhere, growing everywhere. I don't know how to describe them. They're like weird lumpy tumors. You remember in botany class I talked about crown gall disease? It's like that, but glowing. You must have seen them too, right? The worst part is I think I could see other stuff sticking out of them, like animals or people. I don't know. Maybe the air is just getting to me. I'm so tired. I know I always call you an idiot, but really, you're a smart guy, Ji-woon. If anyone's gonna find a way to survive, it's you. And if you can read this, please come find me. And if you can't, then please just keep surviving. Filing cabinet's been knocked over. Okay. Ersty Erst with the big 2-9. Thank you, Ersty. Welcome back. What is that? Is that a thing I can get? It looks like it's glowing green. Exhibit for a giant piece of coal. I assume this is significant in some way to mining enthusiasts. Yeah, a nice amusement park. It's an amusement park and mining enthusiast shop. Alright, now we gotta be running low on bullets. Yeah, I got 6 left. Fuck me. Okay, I'm starting to think that's the right way to go, so I'm gonna go down that other path real quick. Oh my good lord. Fucking fixed cameras are fucking me. Oh, I can't go that way, huh? Ugh. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing out of the ordinary. Target value 18, huh? Okay. 8 plus 4 plus 6, that's it? Okay. Oh, bonus item. There you go. What do we got? Shotgun shells. That'd be nice. No, don't do that. There you go. Switch to save. Grab it, grab it, grab it. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I got too much shit. I better just... Sure. There's blood coming from under the stall door. It smells awful too. Not sure if I want to open and check it. Oh, it is a safer thing. Yes, I will take the signal monitor later. I'll take that. And I'll use it on this. Yes. Yeah, no. Yes, put the ribbon in the fucking typewriter, you bitch. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Right, now we're good. Let's go. I also like to wear my underwear on top of my pants. I call it outerwear. No, it's called overwear. She has a nice overwear thong. Okay. Okay, these fixed cameras are fucking... They're just terrible. Oh my god, I thought tank controls were awful. These fixed cameras with the classic controls, just like... They're just a bitch, you know. I'm just bitching. A shuttle train to transport tourists from Gamcheon to the museum. I don't need it. All right, is there anything else on the other side of this? Yes, there is. Look at that. Oh my God, fucking the best thing ever. Only the best thing ever. Okay, 10 bullets now. Oh, here comes a boss fight, it seems. Oh, damn it! Oh, come on. There you go. Give us the Stellar Blade angle. Thank you. All right, this motherfucker, I'm gonna get him with my knife. Oh. Okay. Even on easy, this is not super easy. Okay. Oh, so it does a little bit of damage to him. Yeah, that knife is fucking terrible. We hate it. We having sex or killing zombies? A little bit column A, a little column B. All right. Insert it into needle. Green, green, green. Let's go green, green, green. Does that permanently give me something? It did. Max vitality is now 112.5 instead of just 100. So we have higher max capacity in our vitality now. So that's cool. It's all boarded up. Oh shit, what a thrill, baby. What a thrill. All right. I can do that 2 more times, then I'm done. Then I'm out. Or wait. Oh, I can do that 1 more time. Fuck. Really stingy with them bullets, huh? There we go. Oh! Damn it! Did that thing fucking poison me, by the way? No, I'm healthy. Okay, good. Honestly, this should, I mean, you gotta treat this like any other survival horror game, like Resident Evil or Silent Hill or whatever. It's just like fucking run past shit. Don't even bother killing it. Which is something I've never really, like, I get it, but why put enemies in my way if I'm just gonna run past them, man? Seems like a waste. Exactly 32. Okay. Oh. Well, fucked on bullets. If there's a fight coming. I guess I'm just gonna run past everything. That's nothing. Juked him. Oh, that's terrifying. That dog should not be able to do that. Can I pet that dog?
Pet that dog? No, can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? Did you hear just walk off? Just walk off the edge there? It's a high-tech computer terminal currently locked down and inoperable. It appears to have been airdropped fairly recently. Oh God, yes. Five precious bullets. Holy fucking goddamn. That was a good one. You got me. Nice work. Gotta get exactly 19. Okay. Done. No? Okay. Oh. Oh yeah. Put it in there. Nice work. Various electrical equipment. Various. Listen up, pal. Oh, he missed me. I can't believe I don't know how he missed. I got machine oil for something. A puzzle to be happening later. Keypad next to the door. Oh, it's 4 digits? Okay. Oh, that's the door. Oh, fuck, that's right. We're gonna try that one. Oh!
Evan, this is Hyun. I'm at Kamcheon Station. It's 1 stop away from our meeting point. The subway tunnel should be a straight shot there. Do you reckon those trains are safe to ride on? They could really help us get around the city quickly.
Definitely not. No way. Are you kidding? The ground is super unstable since the meteor hit. Earthquakes, sinkholes, the works. If that train falls into the center of the fucking earth, I'd rather you weren't on it. But there is some good news. My team is pretty interested in that DNA you've extracted from those things. If you send them some juicy samples, they're willing to cut you a deal for some upgraded gear, shipped fast. First
You
class.
betcha.
Better the genomes, better the offers. Think of it as, a little commission bonus.
Or a bribe.
Well, I guess that is another way of looking at it. But look, we need to find out what the hell is going on here. And they say those genome samples might have the answers. And I don't know how this shit works, but I'm gonna trust my gut and my team on this one. Besides, we need all the extra help we can get. Oh, and before I forget, if you want to actually trade in your points, you'll need to use one of our funky green computer thingies. You can't miss them. They unfold when you get close, like I don't know, like a Christmas present. You get my point. Anyway, we airdropped a bunch around the country.
Okay.
Oh, I walked past one on the way into the station. It didn't work.
I'll tell my boys you're up for some trading, and they'll come online right away.
Fine. Look, I'll see you at the bridge to Busan once I'm finished at the lighthouse, and we can talk about it there.
Sure thing, Saoyun. I love our conversations.
Yep, I never had a self-unpacking Christmas present before. That'd be pretty cool. I guess some of those fucking douchebags that got the pragmata shit like JP and Dan, they got a self-unwrapping Christmas present. Fucking dicks. Not that I'm jealous, because I'm not. Not that way. Okay. Give me some goodies. What do we got? Trade genome points for weapons. Okay. Wait, Magnum ammo 400? Fuck's a cipher. A small hack toolkit retrieved from an item safe. Partially reveal a safe's locked numerical solution. No. First aid kit, a frag grenade, shotgun shells. You cannot sell your knife. Three of them. Oh, it's more than three. I think it was like 5 or 7. Maybe it was 7 of them. Oh my fucking god, this stupid fucking fixed camera goddamn bullshit. Not that way. You go that way every time, dipshit. Okay. How do I get past this? Guess I gotta find a clue for it somewhere. That's locked. Oh, please, please! Just, what is that, a thing on the ground? Okay. There you are. All right. And that is where we're going to call it for the day. Oh, another successful Indie Saturday in the books. Thank you all so much for being here today. I hope you guys had a good time. I do appreciate it. As far as tomorrow, we're going to be doing drop frames, but I got to talk to the lady about our days off situation. Because I know she's not taking Monday off, but I might be since she's taking today off. Because she's not going to take Monday or Tuesday off, but we might figure out a different day. So, but for now, just count on me being here tomorrow for drop frames, and that's it. That's all it's set. But we're going to be going back to Mouse PI Detective for Hire when we get back next week or this following after my day off or whatever. Monday or Tuesday, we'll be back to Mouse PI. So, should be a lot of fun. But for now, I'm out of here. I'll see you later, y'all.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers. And for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya. Oh, there we go.